I'm going to talk during this one, but this is after the fact commentary. So I tried doing live commentary on a hardcore run before, and you know, it's hard, and I kept failing, and I ended up just talking to myself for hours, and thought I was going to go insane. So I figured, you know, I'll wait till I actually finish a run before I talk. So and plus, like, when I talk, I get a little distracted, and I was making mistakes. So yeah, figured I would talk after the fact. Takes a little bit more time. Obviously, I have to go through the whole thing, but you know, I've been trying to get this run done for a long time, and it's pretty satisfying to actually complete it. So I figured I won't mind watching it through after the fact, knowing that it was successful. So anyone who has actually tried hardcore in this game will know just how grueling it is. I can only do about like 1 or 2 segments a week, and it's very taxing. Takes a lot of energy. So I understand why more people don't do it. But you know, kind of a psychopath. I think you have to be kind of a psychopath in order to not only play hardcore, but to try and do a speed run. And also, I've recently started doing Immortal, so I have never completed hardcore on Immortal. So it should be fun. I don't think I would consider myself like a true speedrunner, and the reason I say that is my early game is pretty garbage. Like my meadows in Black Forest specifically, I can never, I don't know, I'm always like caught up on getting too much leather, you know, too many leather scraps or killing one more deer, and I just get distracted and I can't focus. You kind of see that here. It takes me forever to get started. But I haven't really thought about what I'm going to say during this commentary. I'm just going to comment probably on how bad I am at this game, and maybe give some insight into like why the heck I'm doing what I'm doing when I'm doing it. Basically, you know, my goal in the beginning of every run is to find shore and get flint and get the flint spear, especially on hardcore. Like, that's my weapon. I think that's a pretty staple speedrunner weapon, but it's also just not even for speedrunning. It's just I love the spear in this game. It's just so versatile, and for hardcore specifically, you know, it's really good for quick dodges. So like you have a lot of maneuverability, and you can dodge quickly after attacks, and you can also do damage from mid-range, where it's mostly safe against enemies. So it's just the best weapon for consistency, especially like when you get into the mountains. So I like the flint spear. Yeah, a lot of things that are nice and close in this one. I mean, anytime I start a game and it's right on the shore, like I always try and stick that one out. There's some that, you know, when I have to wander for like 5 minutes to find a shore, I just pretty much start over. So I'm a little weak-minded like that. Also, I hate Greylings. They are my least favorite. I'll take any Ashlands mob over a Greyling by sheer annoyance. Early bee. I've had runs die because I can't find a bee. Bees are good. Bees one of those things like you only need 2, but if you don't get 2, like you're dead basically. On on Immortal, like if you can't die, it's like you just can't get in the mountains without Frostmead. So, and you want to get into the mountains as early as possible, especially on hardcore, because you got to find those first 4 bosses, and that's really hard sometimes. And I have this habit where, like, when I'm in the swamp, I get everything before I leave. I don't actually keep a base at the swamp, so yeah, it takes me a little bit longer usually. See, I was very inefficient here. What I should have done is I should have found Eitr first, and then done the chores and stuff, and then stuck close to him. Because what I do is I wander all the way down the shore, and then I don't know where Eitr is, so I have to go find him, and so I have to go all the way back to the shrine, and then all the way back to Eitr. It's just I waste like 10 minutes here, I think. I don't even buy Eitr until like nighttime. So my speedrunning discipline is pretty poor, I think. But, on hardcore, your run is not determined by the meadows in Black Forest. It's determined by everything else. For me, it's like Queen, obviously, #1, and then Yagluth second. Like, so many runs, I can't find Yagluth. It's crazy. So anytime I find Yagluth, it's like, yeah, this run is alive. Like, you kind of have to get lucky with the Yagluth to really be competitive, I think. Yeah, right now I'm just getting flint, getting boars, getting meadows stuff. You get a lot of practice when you do speedrunning on this biome, because you may die in other biomes, but this one you do over and over and over. So. But it's a good thing that this game is really good, because it's still, there's still something endearing about starting a new run, and like every world is unique. So, and the scenery is great. So I always enjoy just the relaxing beginning game. It kind of gets you a little bit warmed up for when things get really interesting. And boy, do they get interesting. I finished the run about 3 hours ago, and my blood pressure is still a little high. So that should give you a little indication how it goes. I almost die here. There's a surprise 2-star and a surprise 1-star. I have died to boars on hardcore. I should have kept my torch. There's the 1-star. This is why the spear is goated. You can kill these guys without getting close. Trophy. I think right now I'm just looking for houses, see if I can win the lottery and get the early axes, but spoiler alert, I do not. I feel like 50% of the runs I get at least one, but to get the other one, for some reason, it's just insanely hard. Like, I think the day after they had that update, I got the early access, and I was like, oh, this is going to be great. This changes the whole game. And I think I've gotten it like once since, which is a shame, because they're so fun, and to be getting to skip the bronze axe is, really fun. But alas, if you want to have any kind of reasonable time, you can't really focus on them, otherwise you'll be wandering forever. All right, see here, I should go back and find, you know, get the Eitr location, like right now. I don't know what I'm doing. What am I doing? Getting more flint? I think I want a level 2 spear. I think that's what I'm thinking about. So I'm getting 25 flint. Well, I already have enough to get a level 2. Then I don't know what I'm doing. Wasting time. It's like, ooh, shiny flint. I get more. Yep, wasting time. See, this is why I'm not a speedrunner. Right here. Like those, like 7-hour times, like, I just don't have the discipline for that. It's the only reason I'm doing these insane categories, because, you know, I'm not skilled enough to do some of those others. I'm just crazy enough to try these ones. I would like one more bee. Now I'm looking for Eitr at this point, because I knew he was in this direction. I just, you know, I lost my heading, obviously, so I'm like, maybe I'll just get lucky and see him. I think that's what I'm thinking at this point. But, you know, I should just turn back. Yeah, it's pretty... Yeah. Pretty interesting watching this back. I'll probably find a lot of things I can improve on in the process of watching this. Like, I watch bits and pieces sometimes, but I've never, like, watched a run all the way through back before. There's my second bee. Alright, at least I don't have to worry about bees anymore. Come on, go back, get the Yagluth location. I'm gonna upgrade my stuff. Yeah, go back. Yeah, I'm seeing if I can roll the dice and get an Eitr, but it's a bad bet. Yeah, and then I just keep going for some reason. Man. My early game is so bad. At some point I'm going to turn around, I think in like 4 minutes. I think when I see Black Forest, I'm like, wait a second. Maybe I should find Eitr. Big mountain. Too bad it's north. Yeah. Actually, I think Motor does end up being north anyway, so. Yeah, I think what I'm thinking actually is, like, on hardcore I like to get my Flint Spear up to level 4. And so I want the full amount of flint. So it takes a few extra minutes. But, you know, on hardcore, you're not really talking about, like, you're not pinching the minutes, you know, you're thinking, like, hours. Like, how can I not waste 2 hours doing this? Like, how can I not waste 3 hours looking for the queen? Or 2 hours looking for Yagluth? Stuff like that. Or just thinking about not dying. How can I not die? Because forget about wasting time. I just want to finish a run. Period. I don't care what time it is. I think this is like close to attempt 60, if not past 60 for me, just in the last like a little over a year. Most of them die in the meadows in Black Forest, either because I die or because, you know, I just give up, because I don't get the start that I want. I like to think that I could make any world work, but like sometimes when you don't have a black forest on your starting island and you've like circumvented the whole island and don't see one pine tree, you're just like, you know, why continue this? You know, I'm gonna have to raft and then I'm gonna have to find the shrine again at some point to get Bonemass, so no thanks. Yeah, that deer was saved by that tree. I like went to get the stuff and I was like, wait, where's the dead deer? I do like leather scraps. That's probably another weakness of mine. I usually try and get the tanning rack early and I waste a lot of time. I don't know what I'm trying to do here. Like, that 2-star is not dying. Yeah, I usually try and get the tanning rack early and upgrade my spear, but I don't know. Hardcore is a little bit different, I guess. Like on normal, I've started exercising more discipline and not getting the tanning rack, but on hardcore, I do like upgrading my spear. So I think level 3 will stagger Grey Dwarves a lot more consistently. And that's just a nice quality of life improvement. Taking my sweet time, looking for something. I don't know what. Boars, probably. Or deer. I do need a certain amount of deer hide and trophies. You know, Stagbreaker, you need 5 trophies after you buy Eitr, so I do need 7 minimum. I think that's just what I'm focused on. I need him eventually, so why not get him now? And then when I get to the Black Forest, I can just focus on Black Foresty things. AKA copper. Everyone's favorite part of the game. I feel like speedrunning is like, how can I get away with getting as little copper as possible? Like, that's pretty much the goal of every speedrun. No matter what the category is, like, how can I avoid copper? It's just, I don't know. Every other metal, it's like somewhat interesting to get, but copper is just like, ugh, just mine this rock. The old-fashioned way. That's why we hire trolls when we can. Doesn't always work though. And also in hardcore, I feel like mining with trolls is a little bit sketchy sometimes. It's like usually when I get around to mining copper, it's like getting close to nighttime, and on normal it's like whatever. I'll just kill all the Grey Dwarves that hound me and it's free Grey Dwarf eyes, you know, that's good. But on hardcore, it's like, you'll get staggered by those stupid rocks that they throw, and, you know, you get staggered when you're working with a troll, like, that's game over. So, mining with trolls sketchy sometimes, but I still do it when I can. When I can. I can't remember if I do it at the beginning of this one, but I do know I do get some copper with the troll on this one. Oh, yeah, that's right. So I usually don't kill bears on hardcore. I stay away from them. But I know this is cheesy. I actually don't like this strat. Like, I like going face to face with the bear, you know, and fighting him the old-fashioned way. Hand to hand, but you know, there's really no good way to do that on this difficulty level. Like, there's no chance you're pairing this guy with anything you can make at this point. So I've only recently started trying this strat, and as you can see, I'm terrible at it. Like, it's insane how bad I am at these kinds of strats. This is why I can't do speedrunning, because you know, I can't build strategically and quickly in the heat of the moment. I'm like trying to coax him into this stupid thing, and then I finally realized, like, wait a second, I'm being dumb. I'll just use the trees. And we got it. And I only have enough for one campfire. So we're gonna one-throat this thing to victory. So yeah, if you've got like any errands to run or chores to do, now's the time. So now we just gotta watch this 1-star bear die slowly by a little campfire. But the good thing is I will immediately get the bear claws, and those are fun. Those are, like, in my opinion, one of the best additions to the game in recent times. I just, you know, I did a fist only run before the bear claws, so I love fist combat in this game. But the bear claws is just like, holy cow, this is now a legit strat. And I've never done it on hardcore because bears are just too formidable on hardcore for me, without cheesing them like this. But I figured, why not? Like, I think when I started this run, it was pretty soon after I finished my my normal Immortal run, where I basically did fists only all the way into the Ashlands. So I was like, I was feeling the fist combat, and I'm like, you know, if it works on normal, let's see if it works on hard. So, and obviously, you know, I finished this run, so it worked out okay. And it also makes the Black Forest, well, first of all, like, I think the claws are just the best weapon until the swamp. Period, like, of any weapon. So, you know, getting the claws early like this, basically means you soar through everything in the Black Forest. So it's great. The not so great part is just sitting here watching this guy slowly burn to death. He's got a lot of health. But, you know, you can tell I really want those claws because I'm willing to wait here as long as it takes. Yeah, I think now I remember this is why my early game takes so long. I have to wait for this guy. So I'm already like, I'm 21 minutes in. I haven't even found Eitr yet. This just shows you how bad I am. Whoops, I accidentally cooked some boar meat. I will cook some boar meat eventually, but I usually like to save those for sausages on the harder difficulties. And sausages are basically my main meat food as early as I can get them in the swamp, all the way up until Mistlands, basically, even on hardcore. 'Cause, I mean, there's not really any point getting, like, I do love me some lox meat pie. But getting that for the Mistlands on hardcore is kind of pointless. Because it's like, wow, now I'll only get one shot at a little bit instead of a lot, you know? I'll only die a little bit. You know? It's pointless. Did I make the claws? No. Why didn't I make the claws? Dumb? Oh, yeah, probably dumb. That's probably why I didn't make the claws. But don't worry, I'll make the claws soon. I don't know what I was thinking. Oh, I know what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, I'll use that house. I don't have enough wood. Yep. Okay, so I guess I'm not dumb. Well, I am, but not because of that. Get some rest going. Get some wood so I think I'm gonna upgrade my hammer. Oh wait, make a bed. That's right. I don't have enough stone. Man, this is annoying. Oh well, I'll just make claws. Yeah. Anytime I get the claws, it's like, yeah, this run's gonna be fun. I don't know why. I think people underestimate just how much damage the outputs because you do the power attack every other hit. So yeah, like it may not be the highest damage on paper, but with the speed that you swing and with every other attack being power attack, I mean, it's powerful. Even the flesh rippers like late in the game, maybe not on hardcore, but certainly on normal. Alright, we have our heading now. Time to actually play this game, fight the bosses. Keep getting distracted. It's like, ooh, is there boar? There's some like little things I do during these runs that like, you know, like for example in the Mistlands and Infested Mines, I'll just pick up every black core even when I know I don't need more. I just pick them up just because I've played too much casually, and like you get as much of that stuff as you can. Just bad habits. Why I'm not a real speedrunner. Nice assist from the Grayling. Finally, he's pulling his weight. He served his purpose. Farewell. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll pop up in a million different bodies, reincarnated. Already, there he is, see? And there he is again. Distracted some more. I mean, I think I'm thinking like, you know, you need leather scraps for just everything. You need 2 for the kettle, you need 2 for a bronze axe, you need, you know, 6 more if you want to upgrade the claws. You know, you need 6 if you want a banner. And then you need a ton for goose bombs. So you need, I don't know, I'm always short on scraps in every single run, so I always like to overload on them. Also, the claws make the Eitr fight comically easy even on hardcore. Look at that. Got rid of like a 1/5 of his damage instantly. get really lucky in this run because I end up settling like really close to the shrine. If I had to like travel extensively, that would have delayed me like 20 minutes. Another thing I like about the claws, they don't slow you down, so you can always be ready for combat. Nice. Day 2 already. Still wandering in the meadows. But I will not be short on scraps in this game. The reason I don't come back here is I don't like the look of this Black Forest terrain. Like, I have to cross a river and it looks a little patchy. So, yeah, there's a reason I don't come back to this part of it. I don't have enough wood. I think I'm gonna upgrade my claws. Yeah. Can you imagine if Iron Gate made it so that the building icon like reset every time you put away your hammer? Like, the fact that it maintains its orientation is the only reason why hardcore is even possible. I don't know, I just thought of that. It's silly. But, like, man, it's a good thing that that always is pointing the same direction unless I turn it. Because otherwise, this would be really hard. Not that it's not hard anyway. I go quiet for periods of time. It's just because I'm not used to talking this much, so I'll probably rest my voice a little bit. Unless I do something really stupid, then I'll just comment on that, which may be fairly frequently. But I mean, Black Forest is kind of like whatever. Never really in danger. I think I almost died to a bear a few times. That's about it. Biggest thing about the Black Forest is like just managing, you know, where everything is. Like, because, you know, it's before you get a portal, so you have to keep your bearings. And, you know, if everything's not like right next to you, like if you have to travel a little bit for like copper or for crypts, it's a little easy to lose your sense of direction. Yeah, no tree to look at, so I just have to guess where south is. At least here I remember that the mountain is north. And so I pretty much know, okay, I need to travel away from the shore. So that's what I'm thinking here. Just travel away from the shore. And I get really lucky with this settling spot. Yeah, so I think the Eitr was west, and so right now I'm basically just going. No, Eitr was east. So yeah, I'm just going south. It's usually what I do on every run. I just like get Eitr, put the trophy, and then go south. That's the formula for me. It's not the best formula because like what I should do is I should let the intro play and then like get a sense of where a good Black Forest is. And I've started trying that. But on hardcore, it's just like, you know what? Like, if there's a North Black Forest and that's the only good Black Forest, then maybe I'm just gonna start a new game. So yeah, this little village here is really close, so that's nice. And troll. So not only do I have the close village, but I have a troll who's ready and waiting to do some mining for me. So, and get some early fine wood. So everything's looking good. And then even a early crypt. Look at that. Of course, I have to be careful because if you try hardcore for the first time, you will, if you don't die in the meadows, you will 100% die to skeletons, period. Because you just don't know how hard they hit. It's like skeletons teach you like how hard hardcore actually is. Like you go in those crypts and like if it's open, you're gonna get comboed by some archers. Like you'll get staggered by an archer and then a sword guy will finish you off. So, it's just going to happen. Yeah, I'm gonna worry about organizing everything later. I have had things disappear on me before, so that's why I usually put the workbench. The campfire is probably enough. I don't know, I'm just paranoid. So like, even when I mine and stuff, if I can, I'll put a workbench down. So I've had the copper disappear on me. Blueberries. Now I can get some armor. This is usually when I lose my sense of direction. That's why I have my trusty chopping block. Unfortunately, I can't tell you how many times I press M in hardcore. Like press M to mark copper, and it's like, whoops, I can't do that. I just have to remember. So like, for example, I hope I remember where this troll is. And there he is. Hello, troll. See, so I did get a slow start, but now I'm getting copper at 36 minutes, so it's hard to say it's a complete loss. The fact that I'm getting copper this early is pretty huge. Now I don't have any certain cores, so I am getting copper while I'm not making coal, so there's always a trade-off. This is where the claws are nice. Make quick work of Grey Dwarves while the troll is going at it. Ouch. Yeah, I gotta be a little careful here. So I gotta take out this 1-star. Because he will stagger me. It's a little bit of multitasking doing this on hardcore. I mean, it is anyway, but like on normal, Grey Dwarfs are so weak, it doesn't really matter, but on hardcore, you have to consider them. Another thing nice about the claws, you can dodge really quickly after an attack. So, we're not great against trolls. The claws, that is. But I probably pay for it a little bit later in the run because, usually I main the flint spear like the entire time in the Black Horse, and it's fine. Later on, because I use the claws, my skill for the spear is a little bit lower than it usually is, so I'm finding combat later on a little bit harder. I don't regret it. Maybe one of these days I'll try hardcore with the flesh rippers. Although after today, when, I don't know, if you know, by chance end up watching part of the Ashlands segment, you'll, especially the Fader fight, I don't think it's actually possible without magic. I don't know. It's, at least that particular game I played, it would not have been possible, period. I don't care who you are. It's just not possible. Not that one. Mainly because I couldn't get the fader. I was just surrounded the whole time by... Anyway. It's fresh on my mind. It's just Black Forest things, so it gets boring and my mind wanders, even when I'm playing. I can literally dodge trolls in my sleep. I don't even have to look at the screen. You just use the sound cues and it's like automatic. I don't like the log trolls as much, to be honest. They're better for trees, but for copper, I don't know. I don't like them as much because, like, the non-log trolls, they have that nice smash attack that kind of damages the whole node, and then they have quicker attacks. I don't know. I kind of like those guys better. I could be using my pickaxe to help them out. I know that makes things go a little bit faster, but I've just started doing that on like normal practice runs, but just a little too risky for me at this point on hardcore. I don't know the timing as well. Like if I get caught in a, you know, mining animation, I don't want that. Yeah, I need to get those claws to level 3 so I can stagger those guys more quickly. I think on hardcore I get like 94 copper, something like that, which is usually like 2.5 nodes. I don't know. I don't need that much copper. I get like more than I need, only because like when you get late in the game, you need copper for like a few things. It's like some of the Black Forge upgrades, and having to like, I don't know, tear everything down and build it back up over and over. For me, it just wastes a lot of time. Alright. A little bit of fine wood. Doesn't hurt anybody. But I think I go to this other copper node first. Oh no, there's an oak tree. I find tree chopping with trolls to be much more risky, obviously. It's to the point where I don't like doing it. Even if I know it saves time, I've just died too many times. You know, a tree, a log, like even an oak tree especially, the troll will bump it in such a way that it bumps me, and then I get staggered, and that's just the end. It's like, okay, well, that's kind of dumb. Remember if I kill this troll after this tree. I don't know. It's hard to know like what saves time because like I want to get started on coal as quickly as possible, so I need circling cores. Yeah. So I'm like weighing the option like, do I get one more copper node with this guy, or do I just kill him and start with coal? And I think I just decided to start with coal. And then like, while stuff is smelting, then I can get the rest of the copper. But at least like this can get me to a bronze axe. So that's mainly what I'm thinking. Like I get to a bronze axe, and then that allows me to get fine wood while things are smelting. I don't have it perfected. Every run is a little bit different, so yeah, I'm getting lost here. Luckily there's a close crypt. Unfortunately, I don't think it gives me many circling cores if I remember correctly. Home sweet home. Missing a few walls, but it'll do. Oh man, I should just go get the cores. Oh well. I guess I'll pick up the stuff first. I'm trying to avoid the bear here, I think. Like, I plan on killing more bears, but I am not confident that with no armor and 2 berries food that I can parry that guy. So I think I'll wait till I get better food and then I'll try and parry him. Yeah, now I've got my bearings. Now we know. Nice thing about settling in an open space like this is it's easy to find. I've had hardcore games where I settle like in the middle of a bunch of trees, and sometimes I have a hard time finding my own base. Kind of embarrassing. Luckily, I died on most of those runs, so no one will ever see. Early stone for smelters. That is one positive about early copper. Lots of early stone. As I throw it all away. I'll pick some of it up. No, I guess not. Yeah, I will. Yeah, I guess I'm just prioritizing the copper and the wood. Is it Homestead time? No, not quite. Maybe. Can't remember if I Homestead yet or if I get Circling cores first. Yeah, I do. I don't know if my system's the best. I've seen lots of great speedrunning systems. Pretty much like copied what Thread Menace used to do. He like, I think the first speedrunner I ever saw was Henrik. And then like this was when Henrik had the record, I think, a while ago, and then I saw that Thread Menace took the record, and so I watching some Thread Menace runs, and then he had the record for a while. Like, I think definitely before Mistlands, and then after Mistlands, I think he had it for a while. And then I think he had it the first part of Ashlands, and then when some of the other guys came along, I think he took a break. He's just getting back into it. But yeah, I basically copied his like layout for his house in some ways, with like the bed in the center, and I don't know, I kind of really like it. And I've done it so many times now that I don't have to think about it, so I think any strategy is viable. The biggest thing is minimizing time spent doing inventory. Inventory management in this game is pretty important. It can be a big time waster. Like, it doesn't take up a lot of time in one go, it just adds up over time. You know, every time you look in a chest, if you take a few extra seconds, you know, you do that like 100 times, or hundreds of times. It adds up. Should make a troll helmet, troll hood. No room in your inventory, dude. That troll hood's got to be awful sweaty, because I don't get rid of it until like several hours into the second segment, so it sees a lot. It doesn't smell very great, especially since it's made of troll hide. I should probably get the cores before I do this. I can always smelt while I do this. I'm kind of learning things as I watch this, like the order in which I do things. I don't think I'm confident that I can carry this guy with the claws on hardcore. I just use this spear strat. Well, try. I don't miss. Also, I waste a lot of time repairing stuff that I don't need to repair. I mean, That takes what? 1 second? I don't know. Not a big deal for me. You need 5 bear hide for a piece of armor. Now I know that. I'm sure they did that on purpose. You have to kill 2 bears to make the claws and a piece of armor. Makes sense. I'm a little particular about the way I order things, but once they're in the chests, I don't have to think about it. And this is something I also learned from Thread Menace, making a nice little hole to throw all the trash in. I don't know if he probably doesn't do that anymore. I've probably got lots of like outdated little habits that I have. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna get more wood. I guess I kind of like to have wood ready to go when I start smelting, but I don't know if that's necessary. I don't think the early game is really where, like, on hardcore at least for me, the big time save will be. The time save will be like, what do I what is my strategy? Like, do I go without silver, for example? So I noticed like almost no one goes for silver, which is understandable because it takes forever. Well, it's not, I don't know, I don't mind it that much, but you know, it takes time and it's inconvenient. You know, you gotta cart everything down the mountain. I understand why people don't do it, but yeah, I don't like having to cheese like Yagluth and Bonemass, and I don't know how else you kill those guys on hardcore without the silver sword. And if you don't find Haldor, like, how are you gonna kill those guys? I don't know. So I've just committed to it. Like, I'm gonna get 2 silver veins, and that's just how it is. And you know, if someone, you know, beats the time without silver, great. Then I'll learn how to not use silver. But until then, you know, that's what I'm gonna do. I want to get Mistwalker as soon as humanly possible, and that requires killing Yagluth, and I want to have the Bonemass power when I go into the Mistlands, and that requires killing Bonemass. And without silver, you can't really kill those. I think you can make an Iron Mace, but you can't use the Iron Mace really effectively against Yagluth. So your options are very limited, especially with Yagluth. So I did have one run where I was like planning for it, and I was like, maybe I could use Mistwalker to kill Yagluth, and then obviously the realization set in. Oops. I need to kill Yagluth to make Mistwalker. Gotta save those mushrooms for wolf skewers someday. I need as many arrows as I can. Those drakes aren't gonna kill themselves, unfortunately. Yeah, I think this is a sad crypt, if I remember correctly. Just mushrooms. Don't get me wrong, mushrooms are great, but I'd like other things too. Being able to parry these guys on hardcore is, it cannot be overstated how helpful that is, because going through these like crypts with a club, super annoying, because the club has a wide swing and it just like, it hits the walls and the doors and you don't do that much damage. And until you upgrade the club, it's just, on hardcore, it's almost useless. So being able to like just wreck everything in here, pretty nice. Now that being said, I think I almost die a couple of times. Maybe not in this crypt, but I think there's 1 or 2 crypts where I get into a little bit of a jam. Watch out for this guy. Not parrying that guy. This takes a little bit of... No, that wasn't too bad. I was smart enough to not hang around in there. Sometimes I try and deal with both because, you know, I have like a gaming ego or something, and it's like, oh, I can beat these guys, and then I end up dying. That's another important thing for hardcore, in my opinion. If you have an ego, get rid of it, because these guys will get rid of it for you if you're not careful. It's okay to play like a coward. That's what I've learned. Better to be a coward and alive than brave and dead. Eitr, or Elder, sorry. I've always wondered, like, does the speed of how, like, does the speed of your orientation mean anything? Like, that would be cool if you were really close, if it spun around really fast, and if you were far away, it spun around really slow. Like, that would be huge. Then, like, I would know, like, at least somewhat, like, how far away it is. That would be very cool. Provide an extra dimension of information. I don't know if such a thing exists currently. I haven't really taken the time to test it. Yeah, I think I'm getting a little bit of extra rest here because I plan on going deep into the Black Forest and getting all the cores I need. So it's probably going to take longer than 5 minutes. I want to be rested. Got my bearings. I think I need 2 more trophies. Nice shot there, buddy. Luckily, that deer was a suicidal deer. Oh, maybe I get tin here? No. Why would I get tin? I'm focusing on crypts. Here's a crypt. That was slightly risky. Go for that second hit. Now, why am I doing this? Oh, wait. I honestly can't remember why I'm doing this. What do I need wood for? What am I... What am I doing? Oh yeah, I'm killing another bear. That's right. And wait, it's another 1-star? Yeah, that's if it was a normal bear, I think I would have tried to fight it straight up, but I was like, ooh, it is tempting. I want to I want the bear materials. I feel slightly, you know, dirty by fighting him this way, especially on an Immortal run, because like in the spirit of Immortal, you want to fight everything straight up because like that's kind of why you do it. You know, it's like I don't cheese the bosses, but I mean, if there was a consistent way to fight them on hardcore, I would definitely do it. But the main problem with bears is on their lunge attack. They'll launch you in the air. It doesn't matter what the terrain is, like slope up, slope down. It doesn't matter. They'll launch you in the air and you can't dodge in midair. And if you can't parry him, then you know you're getting hit guaranteed. So there's literally nothing you can do. So it's unfortunate. Yep, that worked. Nice. Good job. Well placed. Let's try that again. Yeah, that would have been death. Of course, you could say that about almost everything in this run. Look at this efficient use of wood here. Look at that. Yeah. Complete skill. Hurry, lay down the campfire so he doesn't keep attacking it. And here we go. Another waiting session. Something I learned watching Thread Menace just the other day is like, oh wait, oops. You can attack them while they are while you've got the campfire in there, because they don't attack when they're near the campfire. They try and run away, and so they get stuck. And I didn't realize that. I probably would die if I tried it though, because what would happen is I would like attack and then I would like miss the repair, and then you know I would get destroyed. The downside to using the bear claws is it does make the early game a little bit longer, but yeah, I probably could have saved like 20 minutes, 30 minutes if I just ignored the claws altogether and didn't kill any bears. But, you know, where's the fun in that? I'm sure if there were like, you know, a lot more people running this game, you know, if the competition was stiffer, a lot of the shenanigans like this wouldn't fly. Like the main category of you know, that's down to like 7 hours and 50 minutes or something. Like, there's no room for shenanigans on that one. You're just flying through everything. It's insane. I don't think I could do that. Now I'm kind of gaming the system where I pick, I like the combat in this game. And so, pick the harder combat options, which, you know, understandably aren't as popular because, you know, they're a lot more punishing. That'd be cool if this was like Minecraft, where you killed a bear with a campfire, the meat just came out cooked. That'd be fun. Pre-cooked bear meat. Maybe someday. I mean, there are mods for lots of stuff. I do play with lots of mods in Minecraft, but I've never played with mods in this game. I don't know, there's a part of me that I enjoy the vanilla so much. I don't really need the mods, and I feel like there's something on a very fundamental level that I vibe with the developers in this game. Like, just, I don't know, I think it culminates in the Ashlands. Like, the fact that they made the Ashlands, because like the game always gets to the point when you're playing casually, at least before the Ashlands update, where the combat gets a little bit easy. Like, this was like post Mistlands, when there wasn't any like difficulties, there wasn't hard or hardcore, it was just straight up. Once you get past the Mistlands and you've got like full gear, everything, the combat's pretty easy, and even when you go back everywhere, you know, then it kind of loses its edge. Like, oh man, when that Ashlands update came out, and you know, I was playing it from the beginning before they nerfed it, and oh man, that kind of reignited my interest, because that was some of the most insane stuff. I've never been on so many death loops in a game in my life. I played with my brother, and obviously, like, because I'm weird, our first encounter with the Ashlands would play on very hard, and yeah, that was something. I think it took us like 6 hours to get past the shore. Actually, yeah. Our first experience, we landed, and that was it. Like, we landed, and you know, there's probably like there was a bunch of vultures and wares. I didn't learn any spoilers, so I was trying to just learn the enemies. Like, I couldn't even see what the enemies were. Like, we would land, I would jump, and then they would descend on us, and I couldn't discern like any of the enemies. There was just so many, and I would die so quickly. It's just like, I don't know what to do. And that was the first time in this game I actually tried magic, because like, you know, I was never really a big magic person, and you know, I'm, you know, kind of like the Viking way, give me an axe and, you know, I'll go to town. But you know, this is in like other games, like even Skyrim or something. I never used magic, kind of like anti-magic. But once we touched down on the Ashlands for the first time, I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll give it a shot. And it made it possible. It did not make it easy, but we at least got to land, and we survived the first wave. Well, I did. My brother died, but we survived long enough to get a portal down. Like, when I see other people have their Ashlands experience, even now, it's like, man, you should have seen it back then. Now it's like, at least on normal, it's so much easier. It's still hard, but it's very much possible. Back then, it was insane. Now, that being said, I think if you want to relive that experience, hardcore is your best bet, because although the waves on the initial landing may be tamer, on hardcore, when it rains, it pours in the Ashlands, and when things go south, they go extremely south. Yeah. Black foresty things don't really get interesting until you leave the Black Forest, in my mind. like, it's this, you know, kind of a same formula every time in the Black Forest. Get crypts, get certain cores, smell copper, blah blah blah. But once you like sail off for the first time, that's when it's like fun, because you don't know what you're gonna find. Yeah, the replayability of this game is insane. Like, I've started, I don't even want to know how many games, hundreds, and you know, some of them don't live past the meadows, but every single game is unique. Like, I remember, I don't remember every single game, but every run that I've finished is unique, and I remembered very distinct parts of it. And it's just the world, like the way things are laid out. It's pretty incredible that like even that one simple thing can change things so much that you you have a completely different experience every time. The exploration in this game is excellent. I think when I played casually, like I did get into building, and you know, I built some interesting things. But I think when I found, I think what I really liked was the progression in this game, like how you progress with the, you know, advancing in weapons and everything like that. And speedrunning is a great way to relive that over and over, like the best part for me. So like, I like the progression, but like once you get to the end, then it's like, okay, now what? But the nice thing about speedrunning is when you get to the end, it's like, all right, you just had a great run and you timed yourself, and you know, everybody's happy. Now it's time to do it again and do it better and faster. Like there's a third dimension to the progression, where now you're not just progressing in a single game, now you're progressing, like improving how you progress through a game. So for me personally, that adds to the replayability. It's not for everybody. Kind of have to be a weirdo, but you know, I know like just the nature of Valheim. I know there are some other, you know, psychos like me who like going through the punishment. I mean, anyone who tries hardcore, I have a massive amount of respect, because it's grueling. Like, you go through, you're playing a game for 10 or 20 hours and you just die, and it's just that over and over. It's like, takes a certain mindset to be able to get through that. I don't blame anyone who doesn't want to do that, because like, if I didn't really like this game, I would never even think about it. But I just enjoy it so much that I'm willing to put up with the pain and disappointment. Also, I think the way that I play is inherently very risky and prone to variability. You know, I play up close and rely on movement and dodge in order to survive, and so reliant on me. If I make a mistake, then you know, that's the end. But you know, at the same time, that means that if I complete a run, then you know, it's a little bit more satisfying for me. That being said, I respect anyone who tries at all. Like, I mean, I think Sweet Niner's been the only one on the leaderboard in the hardcore category for a while now. And I'm sure there are people that are trying to get a run together. I mean, I've been trying for like over a year now. And I'm sure there are people that are more experienced than me who are trying, but I haven't seen any submissions. I'm sure, you know, maybe there's some in the pipeline, but it's understandable. It's just so hard. So punishing. Like, I think the Ashland segment, I had like a 5% chance of getting through that alive. Which, you know, after, with all the crap you go through before the Ashlands, and then you get to that point and you have to deal with that, it's, you know, it's pretty unnerving. I'm just going to town on Circling cores here. I'm probably getting way too many, but I actually don't think I had that much extra at the end. You know, I get the fire staff. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now. I'm thinking like, I want the fire staff and I want it upgraded a little bit. I don't know if the upgrade helps. I think it does extra fire damage, which, you know, in the Ashlands, that's like not very helpful, but I need all the help I can get. So, whatever. Spam that fire staff in the Ashlands. I don't care. It's like, yeah, it doesn't do as much damage as it could, but guess what? It does more damage than nothing. And if I'm dead, I can't do any damage. So, nah, I use Mistwalker a fair bit too. Try and have a nice healthy balance, but my fortress strategy is generally jumping in and hoping for the best, but on hardcore, that's just not an option. You're gonna die. So think of something else. Oh man. First time I wish I had recorded the first time I ever raided a fortress. It was me and my brother in that same game, and you know, we eventually made it to a fortress. We had gotten some metal and made a battering ram, and we were doing it the way the game developers intended. We were breaking down the front gate, and it was like the front gate was like right, it was bordering a lava ocean, and we break down the gate, and I'm like waiting in front of the gate like with my weapon, like, all right, let's go. And obviously, like, we've been there for so long that there's like a mountain of enemies, like just like waiting to pour down the gate. I couldn't even see anything. As soon as the gate opened, it was fire from all the warlocks, and then I was instantly dead. It was fun. Can't really do that when you are on hardcore though, because you don't want to die, and that's a guaranteed way to die. Also, there's much more efficient ways. I've been watching Ratlery's strategy, pretty ingenious, just ignoring all the enemies and just building. I don't know if I have the wits to do that. That is, it takes some skill to build that precisely while everyone's like trying to kill you. Usually I kill everything just because it's easier to get access to everything when there's no one bothering you. So it's pretty impressive. Is that enough circling cores, bud? 23, come on, dude. That's enough. Yeah. Yeah, I think the thing is like, the hard thing on hardcore is like, you don't want to go back and forth, because like, the less you can, or the more you can reduce the back and forth in the Black Forest, the better, because everything kind of looks the same and it's really easy to get lost. So I just like, I do it all at once, and then I only have to get lost once. And then I can just stay close to home after that. Like, I do all my Black Foresty things. It's like right now, I'm kind of lost, and then it's like, oh, okay, I've been here. But yeah, I think I'm still kind of lost. I'm trying to find like where I was mining the copper with the troll. Yeah. It's that way. Good job. Yep. There it is. If you think you're good with your sense of direction, this game mode will certainly test that. Especially Mistlands. Hardcore, no map in the Mistlands is some of the hardest gaming I've ever done. Like, the Mistlands combat's hard, but I mean, navigating the Mistlands, it's ridiculous. But when you manage to do it, it's very satisfying. Behind. You would. Wow, look at all that coal. 10 whole coal, 20 whole coal. I think this is the first run, like, ever that I actually run out of deer meat. I think I'm using deer stew into the Mistlands. That's the reason. I kind of cut down on what kind of foods I made in this game. I don't think it was intentional. I think it was just laziness. Like, I just I didn't feel like going to all that trouble. And it's just like, well, I'm gonna die either way, so why bother, you know? Whether I have 160 health or 130 health, a 1-star Seeker's one-shotting me. And a Seeker Soldier's just one-shotting me. So, kind of pointless. I mean, yeah, Motor's one-shotting me, Lox is one-shotting me, anything 1-star fueling or above is one-shotting me, Berserker. So yeah. What am I doing here? 10? Yeah, it's 10 time. 10 season. 10 the season. A bear. Now I think it's time to start fighting bears straight up. Come on, go get the bear. You know you want to. No, I'm being disciplined here. Good job. Yeah, gotta eat the boar meat, and now I'm getting ready to fight the bear. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was waiting till I could eat the boar meat. Now with the armor and the 2 meats, I think I'm fairly confident I can carry a bear. But not 100% sure, so it was a risk, like, because I've never tried it before in hardcore, so like, well, guess we'll find out. Let me just get this one more tin. And it worked. It's a little close, but it worked. Like fills the stagger bar halfway. That's when you know it's like right on the edge. It's like, yeah, 1 star, no way. Even after all the hours I have in this game, when I first started fighting bears, it took me a while to get used to the combat. Like, I had to die a lot when I first started playing. I actually started doing a fist-only reverse run, believe it or not. I have it still, unfinished. I think I left the second segment in the Ashlands. That was like 2 months ago, and I haven't ever finished it. I still have it. That was fun. So I was like, I've done fist only and I've done a reverse run, so why not both? Is it possible? Actually, that was kind of the blueprint for my Immortal run. So you know, when I did my Immortal run in the main category, I knew it was possible to like get through the whole game with flesh rippers with just without using the cauldron, because I had done it already in reverse run, fist only. So kind of those kinds of runs are fun because they kind of show you what's possible. No one will ever see this because I've already deleted it, but I did do another Immortal run, completely different strategy. You know, believe it or not, it was Crom. So I'd used the reverse run strategy where you finish Black Forest and Swamp, and then you just beeline it for the Mistlands. So I was in the Mistlands at like 3-hour mark. I was, you know, raw dogging it with a flint spear and deer meat and berries in the Mistlands, which honestly, like, on normal, that is pretty much equivalent to hardcore, believe it or not. Like, if you want to know what hardcore is like with the flint spear, just go through the Mistlands on normal with the flint spear. It's fairly comparable, and just like the level of punish, even that, like, it's more punishing on hardcore because, I don't know, your armor just doesn't scale with the difficulty, right? Like, even as long as you have the root armor, like, you're gonna survive at least 2 hits, no matter, you know, as long as you got like deer meat, on normal you'll be fine. But on hardcore, like, it's so bad. But yeah, anyway, I did a Immortal run with Crom, and I almost beat my personal best. I was very close. I ended up getting like just over 11 hours, but the problem is on the last fortress, I was short one bell fragment, and so it took me an extra like 20 minutes. I would have actually beaten my personal best time with Crom if I had gotten that bell fragment. Pretty crazy, but it's fun to like experiment with strategies like that, because it is genuinely a viable strategy. But I don't know if I would do it again, because it's just not as fun. And I got super lucky too. Like I got lucky with Yagluth on that one. And it's hard to repeat Yagluth luck. That's kind of one of the reasons why I got so nervous with this run, because I had some Yagluth luck, as you'll see at the end of this segment. And that's kind of necessary if you want a really good time. Alright. Smelt, smelt, smelt. Usually on hardcore, if I kill the Elder by hour 3, I'm feeling pretty good. But, you know, lately I've been like trying to kill him by hour 2 on the other game modes, so I'm thinking like I'm going to try and get as close to that as possible, even though it's hardcore. What am I doing? Getting more tin? Yeah. I need to get the rest of the tin. I think I've got 39, so I need like, what, 15 more? Something like that. I usually get like 53 tin, so like 14 more. Now that I have one of these runs down, it'll be nice to like try and find shortcuts and skips. Because like up until this point, I've been avoiding skips just because like I just want to get a run. Period. I don't care about skips or anything like that. I just want to finish. So now that I've finished, I think it'll mentally allow me to start finding more efficient ways to do things. Wish I was a little bit taller so I didn't have to look at his crotch the whole fight. Ow. That was a 2-star. In the game, I was like, what? I'm armored up now, and that still did some damage. You can never have too many Grey Dwarf eyes. That's what I've learned. There's just never enough. Especially on hardcore, because you spam those portals like it's nobody's business. Now, doing a no portal run, I've never even thought about that. But I know there are some people who do it, and that is some dedication right there. Like, because I rely on portals so much. But man, that would make you rethink like what you'd take with you. That would be kind of fun. Hardcore, no portal? I mean, how would you even do the Ashlands, dude? You just gotta create a base. Man, but that, I don't even know if you could do a speedrun like that. Like, that would just take so long. Like, it wouldn't even be considered a speedrun at that point. Like, how could... Oh. I don't even know. I've never watched gameplay of a no portal run. I think Thread Menace did a little bit of it for a bit. I can't remember. I only remember watching the early game, and like, yeah, that's fine. You know, early game is fine. But like, later? I don't know, dude. You just need so much stuff later. On hardcore, especially. I don't know. Maybe someone much smarter than me will, and more skilled will do it. I guess I need more than 15 tin. Oh, maybe it was 29 that I got, not 39. Oh, no. It's 30. Okay. Here's my third ancient seed. I think I mean 2 meats right now, only just in case I get any bears. That's pretty much it. Normally I only eat 1 meat in the Black Forest. Oh, this is funny. I remember this. This, there's, you know, the Three Stooges here. Look at this. Oh. Alright guys, come this way. I got a treat for you. Here you go. Here's your new buddies. And they're all over it. Nice. I need one more trophy. Okay. I still need more copper. Copper is the bane of my existence. Always need more copper. I'm not really good at like getting it later. I'm the kind of person that like I get everything I need now and then I move on. Like I've seen, you know, runners like Thread Menace multitask. That's hard for me. This is why I got all those Certling cores. Watch this. I am behind, but I can catch up. Just need one more stone. When you have 3 smelters going, you can blaze through this stuff pretty quick. Gotta get a bronze axe first. I have seen some really good runs where I think a lot of runs lately are, you know, people are making their base in the Black Forest. You know, it's always a trade-off. I always like to be close to Finewood, but you know, I obviously see the benefits of homesteading the Black Forest, like proximity, you know, proximity to copper and tin. But then you have to travel a little bit for Finewood, so I don't know. I think the timing is somewhat comparable. I realized here I need wood to actually make the axe. No, coal to make the forge, that is. Accidentally used all my coal. There we go. And I need some stone. I'm gonna mine a stupid rock. That's a valuable use of my time. When you're 2 hours into a run and you're mining a rock, you know something's wrong. There's my 4 stone right there. Door delivery. Man, I love the claws. Man, what'd I do to anger these guys? Oh yeah, I mined that stupid rock. This guy thinks he's getting away. Dude, I hate Finewood. Like, I think getting Finewood might be my least favorite part of this game. I don't mind chopping trees. But, I don't know. It just seems like I'm always out of Finewood. Also, I don't know if this chopping strategy's a lot faster. I think I can't even remember the name of that competition, but back when they introduced the hard mode, and you know they had that that competition, you know, get through hard to the queen without dying. The guy who won, he would chop trees like this, I think. At least I remember it. So I was like, well, it's good enough for him, it's good enough for me. And I just started doing it, and it probably, if it saves any time at all, it's probably like fractions of a second, so. No idea. It looks a little goofy. That much I do know. But I'm used to it. Sometimes it backfires and I just whiff. I will say this, with the early axes, it is definitely better. Like, I don't know if, you know... Oh, here we go. Just when you thought things were boring. But yeah, if you've ever, like, chopped trees with the Berserker axes or the early axes, like, you know, you do the full, like, combo, and you get those 2 power attacks at the end, yeah, you can chop trees, like, mad fast. Like, I think it's faster than a troll, honestly. Free Grey Dwarf Eyes. And with the claws, I can actually kill some guys during the raid instead of running around like a chicken. Gotta get that shaman. One thing you have to be careful of here is those rocks. I mean, I have armor now, so it's not that bad. But like, if you don't have armor, like 2 or 3 rocks in a row will stagger you. And that's, you know, kind of deadly. These guys are body blocking. I can't get to that stupid shaman. Greylings are forming a shield wall. Dodge rolling gray dwarves. Sad times. Not as bad as dodge running boars, which I don't think I had to do in this run, but I have done that in previous runs. Barely. I don't want to risk a second one. Oh, I guess I do. Anyway, back to Finewood. Wait, smelting. Smelter's about to be done. It is done. Yeah, I need to get more wood. Yep, whiffed. Knew that was coming. Great. Chop down that little treeling. Didn't stand a chance. think one thing I will say about speedrunning this game, at least on hardcore, it's definitely not as fast paced as like a normal run. Like normal, it's like, you know, if you're, I don't know, there's very little time to waste. Whereas on hardcore, there's lots of in-between time and lots of time to like relax in between the madness. So like, sailing is one thing. Like it's not like you know, like I watch like Doom Ultra Nightmare speedruns. You know, that's like what, between 2 and 3 hours, but it's like 2 to 3 hours of just non-stop insanity. This one's like, it's insane at times, but at least in the first few segments, or first couple of segments, it's like, you know, maybe 10% insanity and 90% like peaceful meadows and, you know, inventory management. Not too bad. Nice balance. Ashlands, though. Well, I won't talk about the Ashlands. It's the opposite. 90% insanity and 10%, you know, crying yourself to sleep. But that being said, the game wouldn't be the game. Valheim wouldn't be Valheim without it. And I like, you know, that they haven't compromised too much, because I do like the idea that, you know, I don't know. I like a game where it reaches that level where it's just insane. Even though I don't like it when I'm in the middle of it, I do like it. Just much more satisfying to win or to finish a run or something like that. You know, if it was anticlimactic, it wouldn't be as gratifying. But like whenever you finish the Ashlands, it doesn't matter what kind of run, it feels pretty satisfying. I've actually been doing something that saves a little bit of time. I used to upgrade my finewood bow all the way, and then I realized, like, I don't need to do that, because first of all, I don't use a bow and arrow that much, and you know, maybe it like adds, like, you know, I need to shoot one extra shot to kill a drake or something, but it's not the difference between life or death. And it's a little bit inconvenient, but it's not even for that. It's not even that much. So it's been saving me on hard or core wood and fine wood significantly. Just one of those little things, bad habits that I'm trying to break out of. There's a lot of little things like that. Like I'm watching more speedruns lately, and I'm learning lots of things. Like I learned a lot of hardcore related things watching Sweet Niners. I didn't catch the whole thing, but I definitely watched bits and pieces of a lot of it. Especially like Mistlands and Ashlands. I watched, like, you know, a lot of his Ashlands and Mistlands stuff. Very very useful. Like I never really considered, you know, getting the I don't know, the skeleton razor staff. I don't know what that's called, honestly. I never used it before. I never really considered it, but it seemed to the reason it's nice is because it just gives a punching bag for the Ashlands creatures, while you can like use a staff of the wild or something. so they're not focused on you. But you know, the hard thing is like, even the skeletons, they're kind of tanky, but they still die pretty quickly. So you know, for the stickiest of situations, they're not going to survive very long. In the way I play, I get into a lot of those. I tried to avoid that this time around. I'm kind of tired of dying, so I'm trying to get more discipline. I definitely feel like I've gotten better at the first six biomes. Like when your deaths in the Ashlands on hardcore go up, that's a good thing. So that means you're getting to the Ashlands, which is a win. In my mind. Like even getting to the Ashlands on hardcore is very impressive. Because you know, you gotta find and kill the queen. Like finding the queen. I was worried about two things in this run. The Ashlands, all of it, and finding the queen. I mean, obviously you're worried about a lot of things because you could die at any point, but like those are the main things that, like, you know, hypothetically keep me up at night. I think I'm getting close to done with Black Forest stuff. Maybe one more sleep, and I can set off. Yeah. Burpee. I feel pretty good about where I'm at right now. 2 hours in and I'm pretty much wrapping things up. I still need a lot more copper though, that's the problem. I'm like way low on copper. Like way low. I think I'm doing the math right now. I'm like looking at my my notepad where I have all my materials written down. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna rest up and then mine copper during the night and collect free great ore files. I believe that's the plan. Yeah. Kill this bear first. Find him. It's in there somewhere. Well, another weird thing about this game, like when you look directly at something, you can't see it as well as when it's in your peripheral. Also, I'm going the wrong way. That doesn't help. It's like a lot of times I'll pan to the side and I'm not actually looking at what the player is looking at. I'm looking at something on the edge of the screen. Especially when I'm sailing and I'm looking for a swamp. That's probably the biggest thing. Where is he? I guess I'll find him later. There's some copper. I always feel like there's some like umph put into the fist swinging. Like you put your back into it. It's like it's really satisfying. Like the spear is kind of just like, you know, poke, poke, poke. I feel like the fists, you like, you know, they got the form on that really good. More Grey Dwarf eyes. You know, they have those, like, in those Grey Dwarf structures, in the barrels, they have Grey Dwarf eyes. Like, what kind of beings keep their own, like, keeps a barrel full of their own eyeballs? Their places of residence. Kind of creepy. Wonder what the story is behind that. And sometimes there's resin, I think. Yeah, there's resin too sometimes, which is like basically their guts. It's also a little weird. Some really messed up creatures. So I think it's good that we kind of try and make them go extinct. Level 3 claws. There's a I don't know, for me there's a notable difference between 2 and 3, or maybe it's just the fact that it's hardcore, because I'm thinking like, man, these aren't hitting as hard as I'm used to, but obviously it's hardcore, so. Also, I think I learned reading on the wiki that, or something, that it's not that they have more health, it's that you do less damage on the higher difficulties. It's like it's not really apparent with like the damage numbers in like the info section on the item, or the damage numbers that appear when you hit them, from what I read. I don't know what the truth is though. Yeah, I think that makes sense. It's like you see when the creatures fight each other, it seems pretty normal. Like, it's not like they take a, you know, an obscenely long time to kill each other because they have the same HP to each other. It's just that there's some kind of multiplier with the player damage that's decreased. I think it's like 70% or something. I could actually check real quick, because I'm not actually playing the game. Yeah, 70% on hardcore. So you do it. You think you're doing 100 damage and you're only doing 70. I'm getting more copper. Dude, I hate copper. I want to like skip this just watching it. I hope if anyone even makes it this far, I would be surprised. And if you're still watching, I don't know. Maybe you just really like watching mining copper. More power to you. I used to not know how to dodge in this game. I think I went through the whole game pre-Mistlands and I didn't know how to dodge. Ultra noob. I mean, I didn't really need to dodge. You just get the right weapon. I think I still like maneuvered and stuff. I would like move around, walk back and forth, you know. I never dodged. I don't think you really need to dodge a lot of things pre-Mistlands on normal. You can get away with like parrying and just movement. Maybe locks. Locks hit pretty hard. Berserkers. But I mean, even on... I don't dodge berserkers. You just don't get close to them. Ow. That almost staggered me. If he staggered me there, I might have died. Like, that brute would have swung, and that could have been the end. So, my first close call. I remember my first disappointing hardcore run. This was before the Ashlands. I wanted to try a Mistlands hardcore run. And I died looking for the queen, believe it or not. I couldn't find the queen, obviously, because it was my first time playing hardcore. Like, of course, I'm not going to find the queen. And I died to a 2-star tick. And I think it one-shotted me, if I remember correctly. So ever since, I've been traumatized by that. So ever since then, I have I show an enormous amount of respect for 2-star ticks. I do not mess with those things. I have bad memories. Yeah, other than that, I've only completed, well, not including that, I've only completed one hardcore run ever. So I don't even know what I'm talking about. Like, why would anyone listen to someone whose success rate is like 2%? So don't listen to me. I can certainly give advice on how to lose hardcore runs. That I know how to do. Get tilted in the Ashlands. Get tilted because you can't find the queen. Actually, like, I would say most of my deaths are when I get tilted. Like, sometimes I can't find Yagluth, and I just, like, you know, I walk into a growth pit and never look back, you know, stuff like that. Oh. I hurt. Scary. Those bites hurt. I think on hardcore, I'm getting one-shotted by a bite easily. Even with the armor. I think I'm waiting to heal up just a tiny bit. And then I'll fight him. Oh yeah, and I need rest too. Rest up. Now I'm ready. I don't get a bear trophy in this one. It makes me sad. I like bear trophies. I don't know if the Berserker effect would have led to my demise, but who knows? I can't remember if I have any close calls, honestly, at this stage in the game. I'm trying to think what my closest calls in this run were. In the mountains, for sure. The mountain. Oh, man. I mean, other than the Ashlands, obviously. It goes without saying. But yeah, the mountain in this run, not in this segment, but in segment 2, easy stuff. Like, yeah, ridiculous. Partially dumb mistakes by me, but partially out of my control. Getting this last bit of copper is taking way too long. Like, I should have gotten more copper with the troll. Because there was another node really close to him. Oh, wait, there was a bear there. That's the problem. Yeah. When it gets close to night, it's like, on hardcore, you basically, yeah, you're not mining with a troll unless you want to die, so. Yeah, I don't know. Hard to say. Easy for me to say after the fact, to question my own decisions. But if I went through it, I'd probably do the same exact dang thing again, so. Yeah, I never learned my lesson, I guess. The crazy thing is, after this, I'm still gonna need more copper. That's the crazy thing. I can probably reduce the amount of copper I get in future runs. I really wanted to get this run in before the Deep North, because I know, like, after the Deep North comes out, there is zero chance I'm running this category, because I'm just going to be focusing on the Deep North. And something I'm kind of hoping is that there are some Deep North skips. So, like, I think it would be really cool to, like, get some nice gear in the Deep North before the Ashlands, and then go in a little bit overpowered in the Ashlands. Now, that being said, like, obviously in every biome there's, like, you know, the boss drop gives you some tool to get to the next biome or to use in the next biome. So I just hope that, like, you can bypass, I hope there's ways to, like, bypass that a little bit, because, like, if there was a strategy to use the Deep North to make the Ashlands easier, that would be awesome. For hardcore especially. And then North Gaming would be viable. That'll be fun too, because, like, right now it's like, well, if all the boss locations aren't south, then the run's pretty much you know, cooked. But with Deep North, there will be options. It'll be fun. Oh man, I hate these guys. Boom. Into the trash. I think I need more fine wood. I'm fine for now. I think I get out of here by like 2:30. 2:35 maybe. Which for hardcore is, I guess, not terrible. I wonder if I can sleep. I will say on hardcore, I think the thing I like about hardcore as opposed to like normal speedruns, like on normal speedruns, like you have to skip things. Like you just have no choice. It's just takes too long. Like on hardcore, like it's at the stage right now where until someone comes along and just like blows the category out of the water, you kind of have to utilize all of the tools that the game offers you. You know, like you have to use magic and get Staff of the Wild in the Ashlands to survive. You have to get magic, period. Like, at least that I've seen. I don't know how it would be possible without it, so you know, it's hard to do a lot of skips, that's what I'm saying. And so you get to basically enjoy a lot of the game's mechanics in the form of a speedrun. So it's like, yeah, it's hard, but like when you get to the end and you're fighting with like full, you know, like when you get to the end of the Mistlands and you're with full Mistlands gear, you kind of feel powerful. That's kind of fun. That's the part that I like. So it's just fun to play it, like speedrun or not. I just enjoy it. Yeah, sleep time. All right, yeah, I think I'm getting out of here by 2:30. Not with all the copper I need, but that's okay. Won't take me long to get. So I realized after the fact that I only need 5 copper, or I only need 5 bronze when I travel, not 7. So I always thought, okay, 5 for the artisan improvement and 2 for the anvils, but you only need 5 because you can just use, you know, you only need the anvils for upgrading your forge gear, and then once you're done with that, you don't need it anymore. So, but it's actually a good thing I brought the extra. So I ended up leaving my anvils somewhere, as you'll see later. So having that 2 extra was pretty much vital. I don't know. It's probably not the end of a run if you need to get some more bronze on hardcore, but super annoying. This is when I make the decision to not fully upgrade my fine wood bow, because I wouldn't have enough deer hide for the carve. So I was like, yeah, I'll just upgrade it to level 2. I've been doing it on other runs and it seemed to work out okay. Upgrade my claws. Not super important, but helps with the elder fight a little bit and the swamp. Because I think I do use the claws for the swamp until I get the ancient bark spear. I'm taking too long. I usually do this just so I don't accidentally like use some of those materials for something else. Because I have done that before where I'm like, okay, I'm good, and then I'll like, you know, make bronze out of copper and tin that I actually need. That's never fun. All right, now the first challenge of the run, making sure I find the elder. This is part of the fun of hardcore. Like, am I gonna get a close elder, or am I gonna like have to go through plains in order to get to him? Which I have had to do before, believe it or not. On hardcore. That was fun. I actually lived. I can't remember when I died on that run a while ago. That was probably a Mistlands death. Had a few of those. So I'm trying to like get the exact, I try to look at like where that blinking yellow line is relative to the chopping block, like the handle of the hammer on the chopping block. It's not foolproof, obviously, but it seemed to work out okay. I don't like to litter. Gotta keep the environment nice and clean. You know, anyone who's a Boy Scout, you know, leave it better than you found it. Yeah, that's definitely not the case here. Especially when you see how many trees I have to chop just to smelt all the silver. Yeah, so I'm second guessing myself here again. So I always like triple check just to make sure I know where the boss is. I've gotten lost so many times, just like, okay, I gotta make sure it's pointing a little bit to the left of the chopping block. So that's what I'm thinking. It's like, all right, go where the chopping block is pointing and then a little to the left. That's about as good as I can do. Because unfortunately, this game only has 16, 16 snapping points with buildings. So you only have a resolution of 16 spots you can look. So you gotta work with that. Oh yeah, I forgot. Poison resistance. That might be a good idea. I almost never go for that, but on hardcore, you just can't survive. Not that you can't survive without it, but like, if you do get poisoned, you can't really survive. Like there are tricks, like there's the portal trick, but even then I've died. I mean, it's like, what, 30 seconds that it poisons you? Like a blob or something? 25, 30 seconds. I mean, yeah, that's just too much. Not that it shouldn't be that way, but you can't survive without it. Especially in the crypts. Alright, here's where I get the rest of my copper. I just gotta make sure I outrun this guy on a cart. This is a little sketch. Like when he swings here, I'm just like, please don't kill me. That's what thousands of hours in the game will give you a decent sense of like whether that hit will kill you or not. Here's some copper. Right here, sir. No, not my cart. Get the copper. Now I think I need 22. 22 or 23. Yeah, 23. So I'll be looking for 23 copper. Stab, stab, stab. Mushroom. Yep, there it is. Almost like I'm playing it. Weird. Copper node's got a big bald spot now. Probably what I'm gonna look like someday. Had nightmares about going bald. Those are worse than like getting tortured. Just like the dread of looking in the mirror, waking up, and you know, I say that, but you know, I don't want to make anyone who's actually balding feel bad. It's not that bad. Life goes on. Shave your head and become like Jason Statham or Bruce Willis or something. It's not that bad. Just don't be like, I don't know if there are any like AI nerds out there, but Ilya Seskova, his bald patch, kind of funny. Like how can you be worth like, you know, on the order of $1 billion and have hair that looks like that, or the Raiders owner? I don't know his name, but I know his haircut, and it's very bad. It is very funny. Bowl cut of all bowl cuts. Alright, there's my 23 copper. Now I'm done with copper, officially. It only took like 5 minutes, not bad. I do need a little bit more troll hide for Ancient Bark Spear. So I'll have to kill at least one more troll. So I'll probably be on the lookout for troll caves. Both for trolls and for free wood. Leather. A little to the left. Never have too many Grey Dwarf eyes. Even, I think I have like 60 now, or I did before I made the portals, and I still end up running out at the end. I just make so many portals, I spam those things. Because I mean, like, when you, on hardcore, anytime you find a boss location, you have to drop a portal. It's like, you can't plan routes like on normal or hard even. It's like, okay, motor's on my way to Bonemass, whatever. Like, you can't do stuff like that. You have to like dedicate a portal to each boss. You just once you have the heading, like, you don't know how far away it is, so you have to follow it. So you definitely need more portals. I think I know I've like wandered to the right a bit, so I'm just kind of compensating a little bit. Nice. Hit that guy. This is fun. Nice combos. Boom. Get him. Very satisfying. Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why I play this game. It's just I played Dark Souls before, and I think it's fun. It's a little too hard for me. Well, that being said, I don't know. I just it's not that it's too hard. I just I find this game a little bit more. It's a little more satisfying. The progression. I like exploration too. I like. I mean, Dark Souls is definitely open, and I've never played Elden Ring. I would like to play that someday. I think I'm too stressed in my life to play a game like that. I don't know if I have the the willpower. Yeah, meanwhile I'm doing hardcore. But I would like to play it at some point. I think the dodging window in this game, and the parrying window especially, is much more forgiving than it is in Dark Souls. So like if you... It's kind of the same thing in like games like The Witcher. Like I think I played Dark Souls and then I played The Witcher and it's like, holy cow, dodging in this game is a piece of cake. So it's all relative. This guy is going to become an ancient bark spear someday. Thank you for your service. I don't know, I just feel like this game is so open though, like you can, like one of the fun things about speedrunning is like finding routes, and finding routes in this game is not like, you know, like it is in other speedrunning games where you're looking for like, you know, ways you can clip through the walls or ways you can skip a cutscene or whatever. In this game it's like, how do I skip having to like, you know, craft this or having to use this tier of weapon, or how can I skip like, you know, all, you know, materials that I have to get. It's like, and the flexibility is endless. Like, you know, like I think his name is Mr. Adele, the one who also runs Immortal, and I was watching his run, like, holy cow, like he's doing work with those knives, like that's pretty cool. Like I've used Skull and Haiti before on a run and it was a blast, but it was a long time ago, and I completely forgot how powerful it is. I never really considered it on a speedrun. I think a lot of my decision making and like what tiers of weapons to use is like what's viable against bosses, because the problem is basically after motor every boss is resistant to pierce, so long term pierce weapons aren't really a viable strategy. And the challenge with I think Skull and Haitian is it's like partially pierce damage, so it's partially slash, so it's still going to be, and if your knife skill is up, which because you're hitting so much your knife skill is going to go through the roof, but it's still nerfed a little bit against the bosses specifically, so it's a little bit harder. Like I tried using him in Awful once against Yagluth and that was a big mistake. So I learned my lesson pretty quick. But yeah, that's why like I was a little like, I think with the new update, the bear claws are awesome, and I was a little bit disappointed with the vile claws. Like I used them and they're fun, but you know, you just can't use them against the bosses. Like the flesh rippers, even though they're a lower tier, are better, period, against the bosses. Like you can kill the queen faster with the flesh rippers than you can with the vile claws. Same with Yagluth, same with Eitr. So kind of unfortunate. Like if the vile claws were like a higher tier and then slash, it would be totally worth it. Like I would definitely go for that on a run. But especially since like then I would be able to skip the flesh rippers. And I wouldn't have to go through all those mountain caves, and I could just skip straight to the plains, get black metal. Of course, then I'd have to find a way to kill Motor with the bear claws. That would be a little interesting. But yeah, anyway, kind of disappointed that it's pierce damage. Pierce is good in the first 4 biomes. It's not very good in the last 3. It's unfortunate too, because like him and Awful is like an excellent weapon, even in the Mistlands, and it's Pierce. Like you can't use it against the Queen, but everything else it's just insanely powerful. But once you get into the Ashlands, it's not really that good. Like it's good against like Aspens and maybe Vultures, and that's it. But it's terrible against the Chard. It's terrible against a Morgan. Even though Morgan's weak to lightning damage, it's still not that good. And obviously, it's a no-go against the bosses. So, for me, it's always about like what can kill the bosses. I think on a future Immortal run, normal, I might fight the Queen straight up. And I'd skip Demolisher, skip the Eitr, and just fight her out in the open. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Part of me thinks it might be faster. Because then, like, when she spawns her Seekers, I can just go in the doorway and then just fight the Seekers. Because on normal, I can do that. It's just hardcore, where it's sketchy. Plus, you can always, like, exit the lair on normal. If you get into a tricky situation, just exit, lay a campfire, heal up, and then go back in for some more. I mean, that's maybe seen as just as cheesy as hiding in the doorway, but at least I wouldn't have to make Demolisher. I'd save on wood, and it would save on Eitr and iron. Something to think about. Where is he? At least it's going south. That's nice. Ish. Southeast. Nothing I hate worse than a North Elder. There are some things. I hate dying worse, but it's high on the list. Things that I don't like. Ah, there he is. A nice close Elder. That's always nice. I've spent games wandering looking for the Elder until like 4 hours in. Those are not very fun. Kind of a mountain in the distance, but yeah, looks a little mid. So if I play my cards right, I might be able to finish the Elder by the 3-hour mark, which for me on hardcore is pretty good. Even though I've wasted a bunch of time with like bears and suboptimal copper management. hey, look on the bright side. The more mistakes I make in this run, the more possible it will be for me to beat it. So that's the plus side. So I should be rooting for me to waste time doing random stuff. Fighting the Elder with the claws is pretty fun. I mean, not that fighting the Elder is really interesting, but just with the claws, it's a little bit faster. Sometimes I'll use the bronze axe. It's kind of silly, but it's like a nice way to get my axe skill up for the Fader fight, which seems, you know, silly, but that's my thinking there sometimes. But yeah, if I have the claws, I'm using those. There is one sketchy part in this fight, because I don't play this carefully whatsoever. I've had so many hardcore runs get to the Elder that I'm like, if I die in this one, I can get to it again. I don't really start getting nervous in a run until I find like Motor and Yagluth. Once I have the Yagluth especially. Once I find Yagluth, that's when I know a run is real. Until then, it's fake. Punch, 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 punch. I'm always trying to find the like optimal rhythm for doing damage and preserving stamina. So if I have time to do 5 swings. The problem is like then I use more stamina, and I also that 5th swing is only half damage, so it's like I don't know if it's what's faster. This is the sketchy part. Yeah. Luckily the Elder is really slow with his attack. I used to be more scared during the Elder fight. That was like, yeah, a year ago. On hardcore, at least. I don't know, I think these days I'm just more okay with dying. Which is weird. That is until the late game. Then I'm not okay. Alright, now I just wander south until I find a swamp. That's the strategy here. South swamp. And boy, do I wander here. The thing I hate most about this part is, for some reason, at like the 2:45 to 3 hour mark, or 3:20 even, 3:30, it's always, the ocean is always storming, so you can't see anything. It's like, unfortunately, the way I time my hardcore runs, I'm always sailing when it's visibility is really terrible. It makes spotting swamps a little bit challenging. So usually around this time I take a break. So like I'll go to the bathroom or whatever while I'm sailing. So right now I press forward and I left my computer. So there are some times I like run into stuff where it's a little weird, sketchy, but so like right now it looks like, why am I just sailing directly to land? Oh, yeah, I forgot. Like I realized this at spawn, but I'm landlocked. I can't get out here, so I have to go back, and that's kind of annoying. Not to mention the wind. Wind in this game does not like me. I don't think it likes anyone, from what I've seen. I'm sure there would be a very well-populated club of Valheim Wind Hate Club. It's weird too, because it feels like, okay, if you look at like the range, the workable range on the the sailing circle on the right, like, okay, that's only what, like, let's say a fourth or a fifth of a so like only a 20 to 30% chance that you won't be able to sail. But in practice, it seems like it's closer to 50%. Somehow, it's always just pointing directly in the wrong way. I don't know how they managed to do that. I think it might just be, it might just be one of those, like, things you imagine, but I don't know. Sometimes, like, I think one of the issues with my Crom run, I was on an insane pace, like I was wrapping up the Mistlands, I think like around hour 8, and all I needed was to get to the Queen, which was like way far west, and the wind was blowing east for like 40 minutes, and I had to paddle for literally 30 minutes to get to the Queen, and I ended up losing the my personal best by about 15 minutes. So even with the extra fortress. So if I got better wind, a better Queen location, and a better fortress, I probably could have beat my time by like 10 or 15 minutes. But I care a lot more about this category, personally. Oh yeah, I think I'm checking for... Wait, what am I checking for here? Am I just getting free wood? Yeah, I think I'm just getting free wood. Yeah, because I'm thinking like, well, the sailing ain't great right now, so I'm just gonna get some wood, then I'm gonna go sleep, and then I'm gonna hope the wind's better tomorrow. I think that's all I'm thinking. Oh, look at that. Mysterious axe head. Too bad that's the one I already have, of course. If I found the curious axe head right now, I would literally chuck my bronze axe into the ocean and just use the early axes. But, you know. Add my fine wood a little bit while it's close. Oh, that's right. That's the first mysterious axe. For some reason, I thought I got another one, but I only got one. It's more like a sentimental thing than anything. It's like, it feels wrong to not take it. It's like the, it's like when I'm going through the Ashlands, even on a normal run, I'll get like jade and all the cool jewels. Even though I don't get Staff of the Wild on anything but hardcore, but still, it's like, feels wrong to just not get it. Yeah, it's worth it to do this because I need a lot of iron. This is all going to fuel my ancient bark spear, which is what keeps me alive in the mountain until I get Fang Spear, which keeps me alive in the Mistlands. I don't know how I'd get through the Mistlands without Fang Spear, to be honest. Like, I've seen people go through hardcore with an ancient bark spear. Like, I think Sweet Niner does. And I'm just like, man, I could not do that, dude. I rely on the spear too much, and I just find the Fang Spear much better. I mean, granted, I don't think that's his like main weapon. I think he used like bow and arrow, huntsman bow, which you kind of have to on hardcore. Like, I don't like using bow and arrow, but like I still use it quite frequently. To the point where I have to go out of my way to get wood to make arrows, which feels annoying. But I mean, there's some situations where you just don't have a choice. I mean, the mountains. How else are you gonna kill drakes? Like if, you know, you can use your spear sometimes if the terrain, you know, allows. Sometimes the terrain does not allow. Like if you're on the side of a steep slope, and you got like 2 drakes staring at you, you're not throwing your spear off the mountain unless you just hate your life. So yeah, bow and arrow, gotta have it. I just don't use it most of the time. But you know, that is why my completion rate is so low in this game mode. I think I'm getting better though. Like, even though I died in the Ashlands on my last attempt, I found sort of a formula, and that formula is play like a freaking coward in the Ashlands, which I don't usually do, but I also don't usually live. So I played like a coward, and I made it very far. I was on my way to Eitr. I died, but the plus side to that run was I found the formula. Now, that being said, I did my best on this run to follow that formula, but Ashlands in this run was bonkers. Beyond bonkers. By far the hardest Ashlands I've ever done. Probably lost some years off my life as a result. That's an exaggeration, but still. Alright, hope you like sailing, because that's what I'm going to be doing next 20 minutes. Because, 1, I won't be able to see a thing, and 2, I can't see anything, but one thing I certainly can't see is a swamp. So I think I just wander for the next 20 minutes, like trying to go south. And, you know, the way I think about it is, like, it's not that big of a deal if I don't find a good swamp. So I'll just keep going south. I've got to go south eventually. The farther south I go, the more time I save later on, so... Not a complete waste of time, even though, like, my start on the swamp is later than it usually is, but in the end it works out. So now I just get to enjoy the scenery. Landing at the swamp is the first... That's when the run actually begins, in my opinion. The swamp, like the first... until you get root armor, the swamp is like top 5 hardest things in this category for me. A double shipwreck. I love these. It's like, think of all the trees I don't have to chop because of this. Gotta save the environment. Got like 50. That's a good shipwreck. That's like 5 birch trees saved. I don't chop trees in an eco-friendly way in this game. I've noticed other people plant trees and find wood to keep it close, which is a smart idea. I should do that. I should plant some oaks. I have plenty of like open space near my house. If I just planted a few oaks, it probably would have saved me some time. I should do that next time. Get quick, easy find wood whenever I want. There's a lot of things I'm learning from watching other speedrunners. That's why, like, I think it would be awesome if more people submitted some runs, because then I would, you know, you learn things from watching other people. Now the downside is like there's only a certain number of moderators and verifiers on the speedruns, and because these speedruns are so long, I kind of feel bad. Like every time I submit a run, it's like I apologize in advance to whoever has to like watch this whole thing through and make sure I'm not cheating. I am very sorry that that is the way it has to be. But, you know, I understand why, because there's always going to be people who game the system or try to game the system, and in order to maintain the integrity of the, you know, this, it's not a sport, but the, you know, speedrunning, got to keep people honest. So I appreciate that. And there's always going to be dishonest people wherever you go. One of the reasons why I kind of like this category, Immortal Hardcore, because it's like, I mean, I don't even know how I would like game the system here. Like, I have no idea where the heck I am at any point. Like, yeah, I can look at the tree, but like if I pointed at the map where I thought I was, I'd be off by like a fourth of the map. I see a little bit of swampish over here. I think I'm getting out of the ocean so I can check. But I think it's just black forest. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of look at this category as like the, it's like the ultimate test of like your wits in this game. It's like, you know, short of like no portal, like I don't even know if a speedrun necessarily is possible without portals. It wouldn't be a speedrun at that point. You can't expect people to review like 50 and 60 hour speedruns. That's like, you know, a month of their time in real life. It's gotta be rough. Like, yeah, I don't know. Just not possible. 30 hours is long enough. So I guess, you know, the plus side to not as many people submitting is it's a little bit easier on the moderators. But, you know, I'm still going to submit this one. Because, yeah, it's my new favorite run. I am not seeing swamp. It's just nothing but black forest, man. Yeah, now that I've started doing Immortal, I don't think I'll ever use the printseeds command again. I just don't feel like I would feel kind of wrong using it. Like I used it before because I honestly didn't even know the Immortal category existed until like a month ago or 2 months ago, when whenever Sweet Niner finished his hardcore run, because I remember it was Rusty that posted like, hey, just so everyone's aware, the first, or like official like Immortal Hardcore speedrun. And I was like, I remember checking speedrun.com and I didn't see any hardcore submissions. And then I like found the categories category extensions, and I saw that and I was like, what's Immortal? I read the rules, like, ooh, this seems a little bit more up my alley, because, you know, I've been like practicing speedruns for like, you know, a year or two now, and it's just kind of like a personal thing. Like, if I die, I end the run, period. Like, and it doesn't matter, like, if I'm just on my own or if I'm not recording or anything. Like, I just hate dying in this game so much that I'm like, if I die, like, I hate this world now. Like, I hate this character. I hate everything about this this particular run. I just hate dying. So, like, if I'm playing multiplayer, like, I'm fine dying, because that's different. You got other people involved. But like, when I'm on my own, yeah, if I die, like, I end the world right there. So Immortal seems like right up my alley. So yeah, I probably would never attempt like the main category. At least I did on hard, but not on normal, because, you know, it's just not possible to be competitive without using corpse run, I think. So, but, you know, there's plenty of opportunity in the Immortal category, so I'm curious if they'll make hard preset Immortal category. I know that's not on there, but I would definitely be interested in that category for sure. I think, like, at some point I want to complete Hardcore Immortal without doing any boss spinning, and without you know, demolishing the queen through the wall. I know that's crazy, but that's something just personally that I would like to do. I'm always like looking for new challenges, and I think what it would end up happening is I would just I did see, I watched a video a while ago. I can't remember who it was, but it was someone that was demonstrating just how powerful the Fire of Embers, or the Staff of Embers, is. And they like went into the Queen's Lair. This was on normal, I think. They went to Queen's Lair with like no food. I think it was Scales? It might have been Scales. It was someone. Yeah, it was just a demonstration. They just fought the Queen and killed I know Scales has done those no food runs, which is insane, by the way. Like, getting through the Ashlands. Come on, dude. Yeah, I think I'm going to try and sleep here so I can actually get some visibility, but I'm going to end up regretting it because I think it gets worse. Oh, and planes. Eesh. Yikes. Yeah, this is sketch. I'm just like praying that a mosquito doesn't see me. Anyway. Yeah. I think what I would end up doing is just running around on the stairs with the fire staff, like fighting the queen. Which, you know, it's not that much better. Maybe something I might try is like fight the queen when I'm fighting the seekers, and then when I kill the seekers, you know, go back to normal and fight the queen straight up. But that's easier said than done, because it takes a while to kill those seekers, and, you know, you only have so much rest available. So, I don't know. So, yeah, rest comes into play later in this run, much later, at the end, actually, in the Fader fight. Yeesh. But yeah, it would be hard. I've also considered going, like, is it possible to do hardcore without magic? That's something I've definitely considered. I think it might be. you know, you get 2 nice health foods. Because, like, the thing is, like, here's the thing. Yeah, the magic bubble is great, but in the Ashlands on hardcore, like, those archers do so much damage, your bubble's getting popped, period. Like, there's nothing you can do to avoid it. And the problem is when you're magic focused and you've got to eat, like, you know, Seeker Aspic, it's not as good for your health bar. So, like, yeah, half the time you're gonna tank those. Like, if you miss a dodge on like an Asfin or a Valkyrie or something, that magic bubble will save you, period. But my problem really isn't dodging those big guys. My problem is like managing how to handle the archers. Like, your bubble's getting popped. What do you do when it gets popped? Because you put it up again, but if it gets popped again soon, now you're not only don't have a bubble, but now you have inferior armor, and now you've got like 80 health. And in the Ashlands, that's asking for trouble, and that did happen. Now the downside is like, yeah, sure, you have all that, but then you get Staff of the Wild. I mean, come on, dude, it's the best weapon in any game I've ever seen. Like, it's so insanely powerful. That being said, like, when I first used it, I was like, this weapon is game breaking. It's so good. But after like doing this hardcore run, it's like, no, it's not game breaking. It makes the game possible. That's what it does. It's not. It rebalances the game. It makes it so now I can get through without dying. That's what it does. Why am I sailing? Do I see the swamp already? I think I see the swamp. Yeah. So I see a swamp directly east. I haven't been paying attention to the game. But yeah. This swamp is awesome. And you'll see why. Look at the size of that thing, dude. That is what I like to call a GIGASWAMP. I like me a good mega swamp, but this one is insane, and you'll see why. You don't even get the full like grasp of how big it is from this angle, and it still looks big from this angle. It's not just wide, it's like, it's deep. This is a very like 3-dimensional swamp where you can easily get lost. I love getting lost in the swamp. It's just like, oh, iron wherever I look. Love it. Plus, it's like, oh man, a swamp this big, I'm definitely, you know, I'm most likely gonna find a Bonemass close by, so, which does turn out to be the case. I have gotten lost looking for Bonemass, believe it or not, on some runs before. That was embarrassing. I was embarrassed and no one even knew or saw. Love this wind. I wonder if the wind is on a schedule. So I think the weather's on a schedule in this game. It's like it always storms at a certain time. I wonder if the wind is the same way. I wonder if I like got insane and like started like logging at what times the wind is blowing in certain directions. If that would change my routing strategies. I have no idea. Maybe someone smarter can inform me at some point. This is usually when I get nervous in a hardcore run. This is the first time I get nervous in a hardcore run, right here. So I'm like, okay. Landing in the swamp. All it takes is an archer, and you're dead. That's it. One archer, not even a start archer. One lone archer, and if you're not getting one-shotted, it's bringing you down to like 10 health or less, and you know, if a skeleton sneezes at you, you're dead. And there's an abomination. So now I'm planning my strategy. Alright, I want to pick up this abomination and then go to those crypts on the left. So I gotta land. And this is where it gets exciting. Whoop. I like how they pop out of the ground. And there's my archer. There it is. Ugh. Of course, you can't stagger these guys on hardcore. Oh man, I wanted to kill him there so bad, but if I had taken that last swing, I'm dead. Oof. Now the archer's gone. So now there's a chance. Still, these guys are kind of fast. I think actually a very recent hardcore run I lost. Not in the swamp. I lost right after I killed the elder, because like I literally killed the elder, portaled home, and I got a swamp raid, and I got comboed by Draugr and skeletons while I was running around like this, exactly like this. I got comboed. This was before I had armor though. But yeah, that was sad. Is that another archer over there? No, I don't think it's an archer. I think I popped my poison resistance here. Because, like, yeah, there's two blobs. And I'm managing these two other nerds. Look at that. You see that movement? They know. That guy. He's a quitter. First sign of resistance, he just pieces out. Loser Draugr. I don't think this poison resistance comes in handy, but you know, it's peace of mind. Insurance. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna try not to get poisoned, but in case I do, it's not instant death. That guy I do stagger. Maybe it's because my bow skill is all the way up to level 2. Double what it was the last time I used it. Now it's time. Pink. I'm surprised that hit him. Their hitbox must be pretty tall even when they're asleep. Might as well do something while I'm doing nothing. Yeah, one thing I like about the claws, I can fight abominations a lot better. It's very handy. In the past, I've used bonfires to kill these guys on hardcore, but I don't know. It's just annoying to get ancient bark early, because you just alert everything in the swamp when you chop a tree. And I would rather just fight the abomination straight up. I mean, he's gonna alert people. They like this. If you're not fighting out in the open like this, he's gonna knock down a tree, and then everything within a 10-mile radius is gonna come after you. Oh. I don't know. Like, I don't think it's that much faster to use the bonfire. I think I kill him in like, what, 90 seconds here? Maybe 2 minutes max. I'm not gonna lose sleep over 2 minutes or a 60-second time loss. Alright, I want to line up. Alright, I'm halfway to safety / root armor. Every hardcore run for me can be split into 2 categories: pre-root armor and post-root armor. Once I get root armor, basically, I don't think I've ever died before I reach the mountain. Yeah, I think if I have, it's been a long time. Yeah, basically, at least when I get root armor, I know I'm surviving the swamp. And then once I get in the iron mode, then I just kind of check out mentally and just go into crypt, you know, big muddy scrap pile mode. I know most people make their like forge base in the swamp. That makes sense, because you know, it's nice to have iron nearby, and then you can get it as needed. But I hate the swamp, dude. I never like making a base there. I don't know what it is. It's just a personal thing. It's like constantly wet. I don't know. I just don't like it. Even though the plains is more dangerous, I like the plains. So I can plant the plains crops, and it just feels more homey. Just as long as you're not getting raided by feelings or mosquitoes or locks. I try my flint spear, like, is this better? Nope. Yeah, that guy's one-shotting me. But he's also dumb. Ooh, and there's my second abomination. See, what I should have done here is I should have rested. But I'm an idiot. And this is when problems start. And not major problems, just some minor problems. Some inconveniences. See, in my mind, I'm like, it's just going to be me and him, and we're just going to have a little dance, and then I'm going to have my root armor. It's never that simple. It is never that simple, and you'll see why. Right here. Oop, there goes that tree, and now the counter begins. Literally 1 second later. That's all it took. See, I'm thinking like, oh, I can dodge this guy while I fight the abomination. The abomination will settle on like what he's gonna do. I'm like, no, this guy's too annoying. Kill him. And it's like, oh, a blob. Yeah. But I have poison resistance. Oh, another archer. 2 archers even. Okay, here we go. You know, the swamp is probably the closest thing to the Ashlands that's not the Ashlands. It's like, I should have died there, actually. I got stuck. Abomination blocked me. But yeah, like, it's really the only other biome where things can escalate quickly. Yeah, like mountains is like that a little bit. Mountains is hard, but like you don't really get swarmed like you do in the swamp if you don't play things right. Like sometimes the swamp just does swamp things, and especially if it's at night, you alert an abomination, and then you alert a wraith, and there's my friendly archer, and now I'm not rested. Yeah, this is not good. Anytime I lose my rest, that's when I know the end is near. And of course, even though I don't make a noise, still alert this guy. Hello. Staring contest. I think I usually wait like 45 seconds. That's usually long enough for them to lose interest. So yeah, I think the skeleton's left. The Draugr left. So I think I'm good. As long as I keep it close. Keep him from hitting a tree. Yeah, just stay on this side of him, and I'm fine. No, don't go on that side. Yeah, right there. Alright, we're clear. Now I get rune armor. Now the rest of the game begins. Of course, I need a little bit more ancient bark. And there's my 10. Perfect. It's almost like it was meant to be. Ah, safe-ish. I thought about throwing my, you know, pattern of the bear away, but I think I decided to use it in the frost caves. Actually, in the mountain in general, because there's not really any benefit for the root armor in the mountain. The main reason I would use the bear armor in the mountain is because root armor has the movement penalty, and the pattern of the the bear armor does not. Even like a 3% movement difference is noticeable, or 5%, whatever it is. It's noticeable. And like, you never know in the mountains when that extra 3 to 5% mobility will save you, which I think it did in this one, if I'm being honest. let's see if this crypt is real. And it's a good thing I used that poison resistance. Yeesh. See, I didn't realize, I didn't see any visual cue for when he used that poison. So yeah, I remembered like last second that blob was there, so that was pretty clutch. I might have been able to survive. But it would have been close. And I tried to parry, and then like, I'm not doing that again. It was a successful parry, technically. Only just. And there are fans of muddy scrap piles out there, because that's what I'll be doing for the next hour and 15 minutes, basically. The only reason I'm getting more scrap pile than I usually do is because I do like the leather scraps for both Fenris armor and later on Ooze Bombs. You can get all the leather scraps you need from fueling encampments, but still, it's nice to have that. I'd rather have too much. Right after that, Bonemass. Alright. 3 down. I just need to find either Motor or Yagluth. I will give it this. This crypt was pretty good. It was a good first crypt. I'm glad I got this one first. Some of the others I hit are pretty lame. It's smelting season. Every season is smelting season early in the game. Black Forest, Swamp, and, well, for me, Mountain. Because on Hardcore I get Silver. So yeah, actually Silver is more smelting. As for some reason, apparently you need like, you know, a semi-truck's full of silver in order to make one sword, so kinda weird. Oh, hello. You're not dangerous anymore. I like to have my cart, so I don't know if it's more efficient, but I like to cart my way through these swamps, as I like to get iron on the go, basically, and yeah. I used to like get all of my iron and smelt it all at one crypt, and then just keep moving farther and farther from that crypt, and I would have to travel back and forth. And I don't know how long it took me to realize, like, wait a second, that's not the most efficient strategy. I think I do a little bit of that here, but only like to the 1 or 2 crypts nearby, not like, I don't trek super far. I only smelt as much as I need for the ancient bark spear, and that's it. I don't go beyond that until later. Like Silver Age. I mean, most of the iron I need is for like, you know, forge improvements and Mistwalker and Demolisher, you know. And then like blast furnace and a stone oven. Yeah, that was close. There's a leech there. Yeah, can make my cart. Need more wood. Yeah, I'm pretty worried about counting. And then finally I realized, wait, there's a Surtling spawner nearby. Yay. I actually kind of like this because then you're more likely to get a Surtling trophy, which you get the Nimble Anklet, and that comes in handy for me during the motor fight, believe it or not. I like the new trinkets. I like a lot of their latest update. Like the combat, like having a dodge skill and like the little whoosh sound when you dodge, it's very cool. Because that's kind of the way I play, and so it makes my way of playing a lot more fun. Adrenaline does build up pretty slowly over time, but you know, depending on the situation, I still think it's worth it to get the trinkets. Like in this one, I get the Nimble Anklet and the Resounding Shackle. So I like that one, especially because it helps with slash damage, which is basically everything that I use. Chains. is the most relaxing part of the speedrun for me. It's like, it's safe. I can just use Stag Breaker to, you know, ward off the danger. Or these guys can just be dumb. I don't know. I don't know why I'm grabbing the withered bones. On hardcore runs I need so much iron that I'll never be short. More math. I should just spam it in there. Yeah, I'm wasting a lot of time here. I am. I admit that. Why am I getting these scrap piles? Waste of time. There's so many crypts here. I could literally just open up the crypts and not pick a single pile and probably get enough iron, but... things to learn. Like I said before, I'm just creating more opportunities to beat my own time in the future. That's all I'm doing. So, thank you, past me, for doing this. Almost enough for an ancient bark spear. If I sleep, it'll be enough. Maybe not that and a pickaxe. You know, I always have an excess of carrots after hardcore runs. I don't know why I get so many. Those are never the bottleneck. It's always deer meat. And it's not like deer stew makes or breaks a run anyway. It just feels scary to go in the Mistlands with cooked deer meat on hardcore. Like, you never know when that extra 10 health will make a difference. I mean, if you get down to 10 health, I don't know. Maybe you've got bigger problems on your end. No wood? There's a branch. Waste 30 seconds here getting 2 branches. That's great. So I'm too scared to chop any trees. I should get some wood. Well, no, actually that's a mistake. So I think I have enough coal to get the iron that I need for now. That would just be a waste of time. I find that getting wood is faster when you do it in large bunches. So I like to what I like to do is I get only as much as I need for copper and iron. And then I get a lot when I smelt the rest of my iron and the silver. Cause that's like what? 160 silver plus like 100 plus iron. That's like that's like 500 coal that you need. So it's not a small amount. So yeah, 500 wood. I like to just chop down like half the forest at one time, because then like the falling trees do half the work for you. If you just do one at a time, yeah, it'll take forever. So do it in bulk at scale. More time wasting, getting useless money scrap piles. Yay. Yeah, I'm definitely getting sub 20 if I ignore those things. I feel like the early game I could get almost as fast as a normal, minus like obviously you need more metals, but I feel like it could be comparable. Everything up to like the mountain, I could pretty much do the same. If I don't get the bear claws, if I just ignore the bears and then manage my copper a little bit better, I think I could get out of there by 2:15 maybe. A little bit faster. little scary. Luckily, I don't get one-shotted by that guy, but still, I don't like being hit. It's not nice. Get my feelings hurt. I take it personally when an enemy tries to kill me. The whole time I've forgot about the Circling spawner. Yeah, this last room was clutch. Nice, healthy room with several chests with iron. You always love those rooms. Anytime I get a surplus of iron building up that I can't smelt fast enough, I always like it. Time wasting. Yeah, I'm a coward. time wasting. I don't remember why I'm getting wood here. Just to make more coal? Probably. I was like cutting the tree in half before it has a chance to hit the ground, and then I completely whiffed that. Whoops. I think that skeleton's been sneaking toward me for like 10 minutes now. Like, I think I saw him when I started chopping, and he just made it. Was a bad feeling when you don't have any wood. It's like, can't do anything. You just need it for everything. I'm also kind of investing in the getting the coal going for silver. So by the time I get silver, I want to have like, you know, 300 coal in storage ready to go, so I can just put down like 5 smelters and just smelt it all overnight. I don't want to have to like sit around and wait for silver. That would be lame. Alright, it's Ancient Bark Spear time. Troll hide. There you go. Oh, close. Nope, you were there. Go back. There you go. Now you got it. We got it. Yep, that's all you need. Just what I don't realize is that I needed more than 20 wood. Whoops. I could probably get away with a level 3. The main reason I get level 4, it's much more expensive, but like, if it means I can stagger wolves like 50% more of the time, I'll take it. Every time. Now that I've finished a run, I'll probably make little shortcuts, like I'll like only get a level 3 flint spear. I'll only get a level 3 ancient bark spear. I think fang spear I'll always get level 4 because it's just cheap. Let's see what else. I think that's it. I think Mistwalker I have to upgrade. The Fire Staff I probably don't have to upgrade because it doesn't really help out that much. The upgrade, that is. It just does a little extra fire damage, which in the Ashlands is next to useless. Oh yeah, I'm checking to see how much more ancient bark I need. So I need 40 for the ship and then 40 for fang spear. So I do need a lot more ancient bark. Yay, more time wasted. Should make a separate timer to see how much time I'm wasting. It's probably a crazy amount. If I were to treat hardcore mode as like an actual speedrun, I wonder how much time I could save. Probably just from little stuff like that, probably like an hour. I don't think I would have remembered that circling spawner was there if like I hadn't heard the scream or just there. Like, ooh, goods. Actually, the first time I learned about the trinkets, I didn't even read about it. I started a run and I got a circling trophy, and I was like, what's that? Nimble anklet. And then I think it's in my reverse run, actually. Like in my reverse run, I made it impromptu. Like I didn't know what it was, and I was like, okay, I'll just try it out just for kicks. And it was kind of cool. Yeah, I need withered bones though. So that's why I'm going through here. Of course, I take the worst route possible. And more time wastes. Like, ooh, maybe there's a chance I'll get a withered bone. Oh, wait, there's a chance, I guess. Okay. But there's like 10 in that room over there, dude. You know, the crazy thing is, I don't even think you get a chance to use the trinkets. Well, I don't, at least. The way I play the Ashlands, it doesn't really come into play because I'm not like dodging a whole lot or attacking. I'm running around like a maniac, and you don't get adrenaline from running around like a maniac. So I think I don't get the best use out of it in the Ashlands. But the Mistlands, for sure, yeah. Especially the, well, maybe not the queen fight so much, but in some of those infested mines, yeah, it's kind of useful. It's like I spam dodge against the seekers, so comes in handy. course I forget to pick up the anvils here, which is why that extra 2 bronze that I brought with me is actually important here. Because otherwise I would have been 2 bronze short and I wouldn't have realized it until I killed the queen. That would have been super annoying, dude. Imagine killing the queen and then having to go mine copper. I would just end it all right there. Just all F4 on the spot. Now we're mobile miners. Or crypt divers. What's the term for people who go exploring crypts? What's the haunted crypt version of spelunking? I don't know. It's time to go find Bonemass. I think I suspected that he was in that swamp, and so I just wanted to look for him, just in case. Okay, break time. It's not as bad as the Ashlands. Like, Mistlands and Ashlands, I'm taking a break, like, every hour. Especially the Ashlands, because, like, think about it, an hour is, like, that's like 4 in-game days worth of insanity, and just to like calm my nerves, I just have to like sit and breathe every hour or so. I think I had to do this with every boss this game. I didn't find any bosses just by stumbling upon the altar this game, unfortunately. So I had to do it the old-fashioned way. Walking in a straight line. Straight a line as I can manage. I think what I kind of do is like I line it up and then I look at checkpoints. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna run to that point. I think that helps stay a little bit more accurate rather than just trying to like hold a direction, because you have to like swivel around and stuff anyway. Just by like running through here, you'll get a sense of just how insane this swamp is. Like, I run in a straight line for like 3 minutes here, and it's just nothing but crypts. It's swamp. Like, you can't even see the end of it. It's crazy. This is the kind of swamp like, after now I'm finished with this one, I don't want to go back and get all the iron in there. Feels like a waste, waste of a GIGASWAMP on a speedrun. There he is. the chubbiest boss. I always get paranoid that like some random jogger is gonna break my portal, so I usually try and find a spot where it's somewhat safe, where they can't reach. Back to spear gaming. The claws are nearly outlived their usefulness. Still good against blobs, but that's about it. Yep, make it up there. It's like I'm punching this guy over and over and over and dodging, and my adrenaline doesn't even hit the thing. Doesn't even reach it. Crazy. But, you know, still fun. I think, like, attacking, you don't get much adrenaline, but dodging, you get, like, +4 or 5 or something. So, dodging is better, I guess. Parrying, you also get more, but, I mean, on hardcore, you can't really parry that much. Alright, back to the old grind. I don't like this part. Just like, now I've got all my stuff. Now I want to move on, but no, I've got to get the rest of my iron. Usually I try and get like one row. And it turns out it's a good thing that I do that in this one particularly. So I have a few mishaps with shipped materials, both in the Mistlands and in the Ashlands. Like a normal run, that's just the end of the run. But on this one, if I have spare iron, it's a little nice. And now I'm not really going in a clear direction. I'm just like, I'm going in a direction until I get to the other side, basically. Because I'm figuring like, okay, the other side is bound to have something interesting, maybe a mountain or something. Maybe some plains. Maybe both. I will say this. I was a little worried about this run because I had just been practicing on hard before this. Just trying some different things, and I died a few times. No, but not a few times, like once or twice. Raiding villages, not like getting black metal, just running in and getting the totem. I'm just like, you know, if this is happening to me on hard, like the odds of it happening on hardcore are like double. I just don't want to deal with that. Like, it's not worth it. So I'll take an extra 15 minutes and kill every feeling in the camp in order to get a totem, or at least kill like half of them. Kill like the shaman at least, and the spearman. But yeah, so I didn't do that this run, but you know, lucky for me, I didn't have to. I don't like how there's a cooldown. I understand why there is on, like, after you go come out, like exit a portal, you can't go into a cave too soon. But it's kind of a problem, like, in the mountain. Because, like, there are some times when I exit a cave and I know there's a drake, like, hovering nearby, and I don't want to waste a frost potion or frost mead, and I want to jump right in the portal. There's that cooldown, and I have to wait like 2 seconds. That's sometimes an agonizingly long 2 seconds. More time waste. Nice. Oh wait, maybe not this time. It actually goes somewhere. Okay, it actually goes somewhere. Maybe. I think I'm waiting just to see if there's an archer there. Okay, actually it is time waste because there's nothing there. Lame crypt. This is why you need GIGASWAMPs, so that you don't worry about lame crypts. Yeah. It's anyone's guess whether I know where I'm going at this point. I definitely do not. I'm actually lost. I'm just hoping I'm not going like back in the direction that I came. I think I'm just jumping from crypt to crypt. Like I just see the nearest crypt and I just go to that one. You and an oozer. I don't like oozers. Luckily my poison resistance is still active. Okay, there's shore over there, so at least I have a goal in mind. Those things must stink, man. Got, like orange, sulfury, you know, cloud. It's gotta smell pungent. This guy. Hate people who try and destroy my property. No one destroys my cart but me. Yeah, I got kind of lucky there. Quick turnip search. Found him in like 20 seconds. That was, I don't know. There's just a lot of little things that happen in this run. It's like when I need something, it pops up. Like, stuff that adds up that you can't really plan for or replicate or expect to happen in a repeat run. I don't know. I've had a bad run of luck with swamps lately. Like I just get fraudulent swamp after fraudulent swamp. Like big swamps that don't have crypts, or you know, a swamp that has 2 crypts and neither of them have anything in it, or a swamp that has like 5 crypts and there's not a Bonemass location. Just like weird stuff like that. And I keep having to like revisit swamps. Like I think in both of my submitted runs, I have swamp issues. Especially in the hard one. But yeah, definitely in the Immortal one. Yeah, I'm not gonna kill that guy yet. Because what's worse than a Draugr? A 1-star Draugr. Or a 2-star Draugr. Or, heaven help us, a 2-star Draugr Elite. Those things are big. On hardcore, man, it's kind of fun actually. They're like mini trolls. Mini berserkers. Wonder how powerful of a warrior 2-star Draugr elites on hardcore were when they were alive. Them and the charred warriors. So I think the enemies are 20% bigger on hardcore too, so not only are they faster and they hit harder, but they also look scarier. Adds to the experience. Whoops. Peace. Hey, I didn't waste time there. Great. My first time. Getting closer. Like, yeah, it's just a good thing I got this swamp. Saved a lot of time. I didn't have to hit multiple swamps, just one and done. Nice. It's always like, I don't know, it makes me nervous when I get stuff like this happening in a run, because it's like, I don't know when this is gonna happen again. I need to take advantage of this luck. But you know, I've said that on so many runs, it's like, I'll never get another run like this. And then like the next run, I'm like a few minutes ahead. It's like, okay, I guess I'll keep improving. So no run is like destined to be the run, is what I've learned. Oh, ancient bark. It's useful. Time wasting. extra time wasting. Look at that. I think I'm lost. It's not that way, bro. It's not that way either. Here you go, you got it. Almost there. Need about 30 more if I'm gonna be happy. I can make do with less, but I don't like having to like place everything down and then take it down, and I don't know. I'd have to do that with black metal in this run, and it's just, it's annoying as heck. It's like I only have 10. I think the problem was I decided to bring 10 black metal with me to the Mistlands because, you know, when you're doing magic stuff, you want to have 2 sap going, and it just takes so long to get sap. And I usually only plan for 60 black metal, so you get the pickaxe and then the axe, and then you get 15. And I took 10 of that with me, and so I got 5 extra from random fuelings, but I never went out of my way to get 5 more. So yeah, wasted a lot of time like making the Galder table and then breaking it down and putting the pots and pans, and then taking the pots and pans down, putting the Eitr refinery down, just stuff like that. Whereas like if I had just taken 5 extra minutes and you know, gotten 5 black metal, would have saved me some time. But you know, whatever. Only reason I'm doing this is to upgrade my root armor, which I usually don't do. But I don't know. Like, I don't know if this is accurate, but I feel like when it doesn't make that big of a difference when you get hit by, like, let's say an Astven. Like, that thing's 4 armor is not going to make a difference. You're either dead or deader. But against, like, when you're getting pelted by all the little archers, when you have 4 armor for every arrow and you're getting hit by like 20 arrows, I think it adds up, actually. Like if you get hit by, like, let's say 10 arrows, 4 extra armor, you know, that's 40 damage. I don't know, that's just how I think about it. I don't know if that's accurate though. I think it's like, I think the armor is applied to every hit, and I don't know if it's like precise. But you know, in any case, I decided to do it. Whether that made the difference or not, I have no idea. I think one of the annoying things about the Fader fight is, like, there are things that are not normally dangerous that all of a sudden become a factor. On hardcore specifically, like when you know, especially when you're using the bubble, like when he starts spamming those archers on normal and hard, it's like, whatever, I can tank those all day. But the thing is, like, the root armor doesn't apply to the bubble. So when yeah, when you get those archers will take out your bubble in no time flat, and then, you know, if you're getting hounded by other things, then it could be dangerous. So. Almost done with the swamp. It's a grind for sure. This is the grindy part of the run. Well, this and silver. The last, well, actually the whole thing is grindy in different ways. But you know, at least the Mistlands and the Ashlands are... The Mistlands, there's a lot of chores with sap and stuff, but the Ashlands is pure, pure chaos. Segment 2 of this is pretty interesting. The mountain specifically was very interesting. I almost die. Legit, like 5 times, I think. I think if I had to, like, I've never added it up, but if I had to, like, tally up all my deaths on hardcore, I would say, like, probably 40% of them are in the mountain. The maybe not the majority, but the plurality. I'm not sure if I'm using that term correctly, but not greater than 50%, but more than any other category. It's usually like I mistime a dodge on a golem, or like a wolf surprises me, or like I get I've gotten like triple comboed by drakes. You know, it's just, I don't know. Or even the caves, like when I'm grabbing quick Fenris, an Olv will one-shot me, or I get burned by a cultist. I don't know, it's just dangerous. Whereas the plains, like, I literally cannot remember the last time I died in the plains. It's been so long. Even though the plains is dangerous, but I just have room to operate. But the mountains, you know, it's a stamina nightmare. I don't know what he's shooting at. Shooting that stump. Getting some target practice. Oh, probably shooting the cart. You like that? That's some Draugr type NPC movement by me right there. Oh, if I just attack this tree with my spear, he'll notice. I don't know why. Oh wait, I had to kill this abomination because he was in my way. That's why. I was like, that root is not going toward anything. I think I see a mountain in that direction. I'm just kind of like looking around, seeing where the best way to go is. Like this crypt, this good last crypt. Another treasure room. I love double treasure rooms. Cool. Of course, now I decided to get rid of this stupid weight. Keep turning to the left. Alright, yeah, that's plenty. Time to move on with life. Now it's time to sail and look for a mountain. See something in the distance there. I just have to drag this beast of a cart around this swamp. That guy will definitely kill me. There's a very small list of enemies that won't just one-shot you on hardcore. It's like gray dwarves. Well, everything in the meadows, gray dwarves, and skeletons in the swamp. Maybe in the black forest. You'll get two-shotted, not one-shotted. I don't. It's 1 stars may one-shot you. Depending on what food you're eating. Ah, dude, you're not that strong. And even when I know they're short, it still takes forever to get there. Like, it's insane how big this swamp is. Yay. Hurry up, dude. Oh, almost there. The crazy thing is, like, if I was intent on searching for the bogwitch, I would have scoured this swamp. But this bogwitch didn't even spawn in this swamp. That's the crazy thing. So I would never have found her. I've never used the bogwitch items in a speedrun. Mostly because, like, on hardcore, you can't really rely on finding the traders consistently. And then on normal runs, I just think it's a waste of time. Like, yeah, I can get meats that will speed up and or help my speed and stuff, but I don't know. I just don't think it's that significant. Even Haldor, like, Even if next time I run into Haldor on a hardcore, and I probably won't. I won't even look at him. Yeah, I don't know what I'm trying to do here. I think I'm slick. Cart skills. And then I've got a going away party. Farewell party. Complete with a purple 2-star. Only I could aim. This game would be a lot easier. Come to Papa. I hate these guys. Such a weird movement. I ever shoot this guy like 3 times. Okay, 2 times. Alright, coast is clear, literally. That was fun. There are definitely better ways to play that. But than carting iron all the way to the plains. I just don't like having to rely on black metal to take to my swamp. It's just too inconsistent of a strategy for me. Because, like, what do you do if there's no plains, like no good plains nearby? Then you're just dead in the water. I like consistency. Thanks, Swamp Key. I always love being done with the swamp. Like, the mountains and plains is like more interesting. It's like, it feels more like an adventure. The swamp just feels claustrophobic a little bit. It's like, as soon as I get to the swamp, the first thing I want to do is leave the swamp. Probably why I don't settle there. I did try doing swamp base stuff when I first started trying to speedrun It's like I would see the speedrunners at the time doing that. I think I started getting away from it though, because the black metal was always a situation. I was always having to like truck it back. I like being free to move. I got way too much core wood. I don't know why. I should use the rest of it for coal. Yay, deer stew. This is what I'll basically be eating for like 2 segments. Now the tricky part, finding a mountain where I'm guaranteed motor, because at this point I'm thinking, okay, what's the fastest way I can find a motor location and end this segment? Because, you know, I've been going for 5 hours and I'm ready to take a break. I think at anyone that does hardcore, like that's the key. Like, forget strats and everything, just find the first 4 bosses, whatever it takes. I think a lot of people will bypass iron just to find motor or something. But I don't know, I feel like I've developed a rhythm where I feel confident that I can find that 4th boss before at least the 6-hour mark. Maybe not the 5-hour, but like it takes some supreme luck to find it at the 5th hour, but maybe at the 6th hour. I think I was, nah, there's a totem. I should have got that in retrospect. Just like swung by and grabbed it. Big mistake. I didn't pay for it though, so will I learn my lesson? Look at the size of that swamp. Yeah, I thought this mountain looked okay at first, but when I get closer, it's like, yeah, that is a pathetic mountain. So I'll try this other one. Fake plains. Yeah, look at that. Even this mountain, I can tell looks a little stunted. But I mean, I don't know. Kind of like one of those things where I'm just like, there's got to be at least one structure, right? Yeah, big mistake. I should be patient and play. It's like, you know, do you stop in a, you know, small swamp? No, you just skip it, and because you don't want to waste time. I should be more disciplined in which mountains I choose. Like this mountain I should have passed up in retrospect, but the problem is this mistake literally made the run. So that's the problem. You just never know what's gonna happen. It's better to be lucky than good. That's what I've always said and heard. And this run certainly exemplifies that. Cloudberries. My favorite vegetable. Even now I'm worried. Like looking at the mountain, I'm like, yeah, this does not look great. But I guess what I'm thinking is like, okay, the mountain may not be great, but maybe I can get some quicksilver and go down, but like that sets me back an hour, and then this ends up being a 7-hour segment instead of a 6-hour segment. So it's pretty brutal. And the thing is, like, at least for me in hardcore, the longer I go, the more likely I am to die. Like if I start getting tired, or if I start wearing out mentally, my chances of death go way very significantly. So I always try and end it as quickly as possible. That's why the Ashlands on this run, the Ashlands was so grueling, because it's a 4.5 hour segment of just madness. And time is compressed in the Ashlands. It's like it's a weird thing. Like, it's like Inception. Except in reverse, you know, like in a dream, like, you know, what is it, 5 minutes in the dream is an hour in real life? Or no, reverse, 5 minutes, an hour in the dream is 5 minutes in real life. Well, yeah, it's like that in the Ashlands. Except it's the opposite, so 5 minutes in real life feels like an hour in the Ashlands. And I get really bad luck with the Drake trophies here, in that I get no Drake trophies. So really bad luck. Man, that loincloth lives up to its name. There's barely anything. Truly am a wild man. I think I saw a guy streaming the other day. It's like doing a wild man playthrough. Kind of wanted to watch it. Like no medals or something? I can't remember who it was. Looks interesting though. But I'm trying to think, like, how in the world do you get past, like, I could go without medals until, like, I don't know, Yagluth maybe? But like, how are you gonna kill those guys? I don't know. What weapon are you using? Bear claws? I guess if you have a repair station nearby, repair them enough and you have enough time on your hands. I think, but oh yeah, this is sketch. I couldn't find my spear here. So I'm like, uh-oh, this wolf's after me and I have no spear. There it is. Ugh. Yeah. This is why I like the spear. Mobility. I can damage the wolf while I'm jumping backwards. It's not something you can do with any weapon. See, this mountain lulls me into a false sense of security because it's like very two-dimensional. It's like you go up and then it's mountain and it's nice and flat and there's like, you know, there's a wolf or two and a couple of drakes. It's like, oh, okay, I can do this mountain stuff. And then the next segment I get to the motor mountain and it is not the same story. Of course, it always helps when it's blizzarding. Silver. I'm leaving here with something. Yeah, I'm just looking for structures, and I'm starting to realize I'm not gonna find them. And so, like, I was genuinely thinking, like, after I circle this mountain and I realize there's no structures, I'm just like, yeah, maybe this run wasn't meant to be. I mean, I would still have tried to find a different mountain. I probably wouldn't have gotten silver, and I would have just ran down and looked for a better mountain. But I get very lucky. Batting 0 on silver so far, other than that little vein I saw poking out. But clearly my judgment of silver spawning is subpar. Here we go. Our first duo. Luckily I one-shot that guy. Very lucky. Most of the problems I run into in the mountains are when there's 2 or 3 friends together and I shoot one, alert all of them, and the one I shoot only gets like three-quarters health down, so now I've got 2 or 3 wolves after me. That's when it gets sketchy. Ah, there we go. Finally got one. And it's sticking out. Yay. I don't even think I end up getting this one. I used to upgrade my silver sword to level 4. That requires 3 veins. And I realized, like, wait, I can kill Yagluth with a level 3 silver sword. I don't need to upgrade it to level 4. So, yeah, at least I've learned that. I haven't tried level 2 yet, but it might be close, because my silver sword is always almost close to broken for both Yagluth and for Bonemass. Not because Bonemass takes forever, because I'm just killing everything. You got skeletons, you got the blobs. Trophy. Nice. At least I got something. Lucky. Yeah, but I've been running around way too long on this. And there's another silver vein. So now at least I've got my silver. I don't know. I'm kind of a silver enjoyer and a black metal hater. That's just how I am. I'm really down on like how useful the black metal items are across the board. It's like padded armor. It's like that's just extra iron, and it's a pain to get the flax. When I can just use the extra silver I have to make a Drake helmet, as long as I get the Drake trophies. Very little difference in armor. And then the black metal weapons, that goes without saying, they're not very good. I mean, the silver sword is straight up better than any of the black metal weapons for killing Yagluth, so like, why would I make a black metal weapon? Like, literally the only reason I can think is like, if you're, you know, maining a pole arm or something, and but like, you can't even do that because you can't kill Yagluth with a pole arm, so you need something to kill him with. It's sausage time. I always like sausages. It's like, now I don't have to think about food for like half the game. It's always nice. The most economical food in the game. Yeah, so I take a break here because I don't know like how long it's gonna take for me to find the fourth boss. Like I'm thinking like, okay, I'm in this for another like hour and a half or so. Like, if I decide to get silver, then I'm gonna have to get silver and then just hightail it to the nearest mountain that I can find and pray. That's what I'm thinking at this point. It's like I do not want to do like an 8-hour segment. That'd be pretty brutal. Done that before, but it's not recommended. Yeah, so I think I saw a cave. And if I didn't, I'll definitely see it now. There's one solitary cave on this mountain. So I do once a quick once over now that I can actually see, just in case. Yeah, there's that cave. So I do a quick loop just to make sure I didn't miss anything. See, that level 4 comes in handy. We can stagger those guys. It's not guaranteed, but it is more likely for sure. So I have actually played with a level 3 one time, and I regretted it, because it only staggers like 20% of the time, instead of like, 60% of the time or whatever. Like, it's not often enough that you can bank on it, like, because then you'll just die. But, it's nice. Quality of life. Anytime you can reduce your chances of dying, you take it. Or you can just miss. Yeah. Mountain's not tall enough, unfortunately. A mistake on my part. Next time, I'll choose a better mountain. I almost decided to shoot that wolf. I'm just like, why would I do this to myself? I am weird. Like, it's better than fighting a drake. Fighting a drake and a wolf at the same time. That's fun. Honestly, probably One of the most notable differences between hardcore and normal is drakes are legit dangerous. Like on normal, I literally pretend they don't exist. Hardcore, they are a threat. Nice dodge, buddy. I'm glad I do this loop. Just getting my bearings here. See if there's a surprise Yagluth down there. And there's a Stonehenge. So I'm thinking like, okay, maybe, just maybe, even if I don't find motor on this mountain, I will hit that Stonehenge, and if it has a Yagluth, then segment 1 is in. Yeah, if I had upgraded my bow, maybe I kill that Drake in one less shot. No trophy. Sad times. I don't like having to... That's probably the downside to Drake trophy. Like, you have to rely on getting the Drake trophies. I mean, getting the Drake helmet. You have to rely on getting the trophies. Not ideal. I don't know what the chances of Drake trophy drop are, like 5% maybe? Certainly seems like somewhere around there. You have to get 2 of them. What always happens is right after I make the Drake helmet, then they start dropping like flies. Get trophy after trophy. Fish. I never eat the fish. I should have thrown them back in the pond. The eco-conscious. Big mistake on my part. Uh-oh, danger. These guys will one-shot me. And they can climb up there, so that's not safe. Because they push each other. Like how much damage I do that bat with that arrow. Alright, crisis averted. Yeah, you don't really see it here, but like on hardcore you realize like bats are kind of dangerous. It's like if you get in one of these caves and you're not prepared and there's a swarm of like 10 bats, you are in legit danger. Because each one of them will do like 10 damage. And there is the saving grace of this run right there. Well, one of many. But man, a clutch cave motor? I mean, I don't know what the odds are. At this point, I'm like, yeah, this run's happening. So now that Yag Stonehenge is just a bonus if it proves fruitful. So I was really annoyed by this one though. It's like this floor, it's weird. Like the yellow like alignment doesn't go completely vertical, and so I couldn't get an accurate bearing on motor. And you see that when I'm traveling to motor, like I'm off. I can't get an accurate heading. So then I think I end up just like going straight and hoping for the best, and I think it works out. I mean, luckily motor mountains are usually not too hard to spot. Actually, the main reason I finish out this cave is for the fangs, because I like Fang Spear, and you need 16 fangs to upgrade it fully. And it's actually surprisingly a little hard to get that many with wolves alone, but when you have caves full of these guys, it really pads the fang number. Kind of nice. The downside is it's kind of dangerous, and you'll see why in about 30 seconds here. That was probably a mistake throwing the spear there. Hello. I'm bummed I only got 38 poison arrows from all those crypts. I thought I would get more. Now watch this, watch carefully, and I want you to rewind this and watch again. Watch. There's nothing, nothing, nothing. Boom. This scared the actual living daylights out of me when I played this. Like, that was by far the closest I came to dying in this segment. Like, yeah. I'm just lucky they attacked at the same time. Like, when they stagger their attacks, it's almost certain death. So I was a little rattled after that. Especially after the motor find, like, to die like that would be unfortunate. Yeah. Should have looked right. I was just amazed, like, how quickly they appeared around that corner, because it was literally, like, less than a second, and I had no visual or audio cues, and then less than a second they're both out in the middle of the hallway attacking. Pretty crazy. Wish I would have got more Fenris in this cave. If I would have got like 25 Fenris, it's perfect. That's all I'm looking for on hardcore, just 25, so I can get Fenris leggings and upgrade it once. That's it. But yeah, not so lucky here. So kind of waste some time. I mean, these caves are generally a big time waste. Part of me is just curious about if there's another motor rune down here, and there's not, so. It's one of the reasons why I was surprised, like, I was able to get a normal run done, because, like, yeah, like, I can use the flesh rippers for the whole game, but it's a little bit of a dubious strategy going through these caves. Like, if you get unlucky, you're gonna have to go through like 4 or 5 of them, and it's a big waste of time. So, but I guess I got a little lucky. I think in this game, any like submitted run is lucky, because like what you don't see is the 20 unlucky runs that people did before that no one will ever see. You know, like the runs where everything was going perfectly and then you just didn't find the queen. Or Yagluth. Yagluth has been my kryptonite lately. I just can't find him. It kind of looks silly when I'm being so careful around these corners, but now, yeah, you kind of understand why. It's like, I don't know, the way they coded these, the AI in these caves, they did a good job of like making it very dangerous to go around a corner without looking first. I think when they first released the Flesh Ripper update, or the Frost Cave update, I made the Flesh Rippers and the Fenris armor, and I had, that was the most fun I've had in this game. I just ran around the plains just destroying everything with the Flesh Rippers. This was before the Mistlands, I believe. Can't remember. I think it was. Never even crossed my mind to use the Flesh Rippers beyond. Yeah. What I think, I don't know, dude. I don't know what the best way to do this is. And I'm still in this cave. It's been way too long. This obsidian comes in handy though. It's nice not having to mine it. Pad my arrows a little bit later on for the motor fight usually. Yeah, of course I alerted a golem. Great. Luckily it's right next to a wolf. Now that I've got the 4 bosses, I'm like, alright, silver's coming next time. Now I'll just hit that, that Yagluth Stonehenge really quick. See if I can win the lottery and get a Yagluth location. problem is I burn 3 frost meats before I even start on silver, so I'm like, all right, I got 3 frost meats to like get silver and get off the mountain. That's it. Of truth, if this is a blessed run. I like that sunrise coming. It's cool, you see it peeking over. I think that's the tree. No, that's a mountain. I should have gone to that mountain. Oh, what am I doing? At this point, I know, yep, that's it. There it is. That's when I start getting nervous. Like, okay, now this run's insane. I got 5 boss locations. Just kill this noob real quick. This guy, he probably couldn't even hurt me if I let him. Dude, you could be, I wonder like how much, I wonder how much damage he does. I mean, there's probably no amount of food or armor you could wear in this game and tank a hit from him on hardcore. Like, I think they do twice the damage. Check. Yeah, they do double damage on hardcore. And I mean, the game is balanced on normal, so it is definitely not balanced here, which is why armor is basically useless in the latter half of the game for all except weaker enemies. Like, the only reason you upgrade your armor is so you don't die to like archers or ticks, but it's not going to save you against the bigger enemies. Yeah, I'm playing this ultra safe. That'll become a theme in this run. The luckier I get, the more scared I'll play. Yeah, that mountain looks like it's got some depth to it. Cloudberries. Man, whenever I find a Yagluth Vegasphere, I don't know, I get endorphins. It's just like, think of all that wandering I'm not gonna have to do as a result, you know? It's just, it cannot be overstated how much time this saves. So yeah, blessed. So now the trick is don't die. Easier said than done. Yeah, I think there's a small part of me that's like thinking I'm actually going to go into the mountain at this point. So like I leave a portal there. But then I think twice, I'm like, wait a second, I don't have the stamina to do silver right now, and I need all 3 meats for silver, so put it off. As luck would have it, I think I only end up using 2 meats. So silver doesn't take too long, it's just the smelting that takes a little while. Anyway, I make the choice here. So, if you're watching, hope you enjoy Hardcore Valheim. And, you just gotta get lucky. I don't know. But I'll see you in segment 2 if you decide to watch that one.